Hello, a very good afternoon and a warm welcome to the home of champions, Karting Genk in Belgium, as it is the penultimate day of the 2024 BNL Karting Series season. And what's more, well, this journey started back on the 23rd of March 2024 with the official kickoff, and then on the 6th of April we started the first of four respective rounds that took us not just only here to Karting Genk, but to the southern parts of Belgium at Marienburg, and also to western Germany to the Eflandring, which was our last stop around 6 weeks ago, the 10th and the 11th of August. But this weekend, tomorrow afternoon, we will crown our 2024 champions. There you see our timetable. We've already had the 5 respective qualifying sessions for all 6 classes, and we will kickstart things off in around 4 minutes time for our first of 3 heats for Minimax and Minimax Rookie. Then it will be down to juniors. DD2 and Masters will be running together based on their numbers, and then seniors, which has the biggest grid of the weekend, 34 drivers in total, will then round out the heats. 12 races today, 4 super heats tomorrow morning, and 4 finals tomorrow afternoon. What's more, not only is championship glory up for grabs, but the opportunity to grab a ticket for the forthcoming 24th Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals in just 3 weeks' time, the 19th to the 26th of October at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli in Sarno, southern Italy. We have a ticket up for grabs for any driver of any nation for Minimax, Ginimax, Cinemax, Max DD2 and DD2 Masters. Total on-track action is about the best part of around about 4 hours, give or take. We have 106 drivers, approximately from 15 different nations, here at this iconic 1,360-metre 12-turn circuit that has been in operation for over 4 decades. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, welcoming you all back to where it all started in late March and early April of this year. We really do have some fantastic title battles in prospect in all the respective classes here this weekend, all Rotax powered and a combination of gearbox and direct drive. Qualifying this morning was very, very interesting, considering the fact we did have a rain shower for approximately 15 to 20 minutes this morning, just as morning non-qualifying practice got underway. Qualifying showed a significant evolution on the circuit itself, and what's more, for the people watching on the official BNL Karting Series YouTube channel, thank you very much for joining us. If you do want to follow us on the relevant social medias, you'll be able to find that out in the link in the description. Of course, live timing being provided by the link on the top of the chat. It has been pinned. You can also see the timetable in the description underneath the pictures that you are watching, whether it's be on your smartphone, on your tablet, your laptop, your personal computer, and wherever you are watching in the world. Thank you so much for joining us. A lot of Rotax activity happening this weekend in the lead up to the grand finals. Of course, some of the drivers will be battling for their place at the grand finals this weekend, and what's more, it really is going to be an interesting, dynamic weekend. Air temperature currently 13 degrees Celsius. We hit 12 degrees Celsius, 10 degrees Celsius at qualifying, which started at 10:30 this morning. Wind is to the southeast, 17 kilometres an hour, give or take. That's about 12, 13 miles an hour. 72% humidity, according to the weather information that I'm being provided through the live timing. 0% chance of rain. However, you can see in the background of your shot by the tree line, just off of the start-finish straight, there are some grey, slightly darker grey clouds starting to show. However, the unpredictability of karting and also the unpredictability of the locality when it comes to the weather microclimates. Well, I've seen more than my fair share of thunderstorms, lightning, and quite a few other things as well. More to the point that this weekend has seen a significant change in weather. Last weekend for the Belgian Max Challenge finale, we were around about 23, 24 degrees. But let's get the action underway. So here is the first of 12 heats today. It's Mini and Mini Rookie. Let's take you through the starting grid. After time qualifying, Vince van der Hallen, this year's Belgian Max Challenge champion, took pole by nearly a tenth and a half ahead of Michael Zajac from Poland. Jeff Verbeek and the recent Grand Festival winner and E-Plate winner at Warden Law last week, Jensen Chalk, starts on P4. Jack Freeman and Benedictus Maziokas make it an all-British row number 3. Vic van Kampenhout and Max Jolly round out row 4 with Victor Reutz and Arthur Farrow completing the top 10. Row 6, it's Maria Roberto and Albert Farrow with Pauline van Preet and Tristan Abeels rounding out the top 7 rows. Theo Steindal from Norway will be joined by Belgium's Leon Herboz on row 8. Row 9, Tafe Niskanen and Klaus Hans. And completing the top 20 will be the 131 of Belgium's Dejan Habits and the Netherlands' Ryan Rampadanath in the number 32. Rounding out the 22-strong grid, South Africa's Ronald Venter and Belgium's Plamen Georgiev round out the grid. Georgiev, the only driver unable to set a lap time as the IPK Praga chassis of the 132, broke down coming through to start a first push lap. And there you see, just off of the outskirts of the motocross facility round by Karting Genk, those clouds are looking very, very dark indeed. However, the track has evolved to the point where we saw increases of lap times by the best part of 16 seconds this morning, especially with DD2 Masters, DD2 and Senior Rotax. So coming into this round of the championship, before taking drop scores into consideration, leading the way in Mini, it is Jensen Chalk on 4.71, Michael Zajac on 4.33, Vince van der Hallen 4.21, Vic van Kampenhout and AJ Berggraaf 4.10 and 4.05. Berggraaf not here this weekend, so it gives the opportunity to the likes of Jack Freeman, Jeff Verbeek, Victor Reutz, Jente Moonen. Ryan Rampadanath is the leader in the Mini Rookie classification in 10th place. But we are set and primed for Heats Day here on Saturday. 7 minutes plus an additional lap on the timer. Red lights on the gantry out of the final corner. Here we go at full throttle. And it's a full start. That's a way to kick off the weekend, isn't it? There we go. There, it is also down to the discretion of our race director, Thomas Leiner, who will make the call to let the lights go out. So they're going to send them around for another tour. Now, coming back to Mini Rookie, Ryan Rampadanath leads the way. Jesse Moonen in second. The UK's Albert Farrow, 17th in the points, but third in Rookie on 2.83. Tristan Abeels, 20th overall, but fourth in Mini Rookie on 252 points. So it could come down to the wire when we take into the best 10 out of 12 results. This is for all classes. Best 10 out of 12 results count towards the championship. If you get an exclusion or a disqualification, you cannot take that as a drop score. It goes towards your tally. So nice pace being dictated there from Vince van der Hallen, the 130, the young superstar from Belgium, from Bouvin Power. Michael Zajac from Poland has definitely been one that has featured in continental European competition this season. And especially showcasing that he's not here just to make up the numbers. So once again, the false start lights are extinguished on the gantry and all 4 red lights ready to be extinguished at a moment's notice. Thomas Leiner, race director, overlooking proceedings here at the home of champions. As once again it's down to van der Hallen and Zajac to control the run through into the tram lines. And this time we're underway for the first time here in the final round of the season. Into turn 1 and 2. Zajac round the outside and has just gone very, very wide. Was that him going off? I'm not sure. It was a DHR kart. But Vince van der Hallen dropped like a stone. Now, I think that's Jensen Chalk. Oh, he's just got himself up into the race lead. Vic van Kampenhout in second. I would say that's Victor Reutz, the 176, now up into third place as they go down into turns 7 and 8. Jack Freeman fourth, and Maria Roberto look to round out the top 5 of course, Freeman and Roberto, formerly with Dan Holland and his crew at DHR, made the switch to Ash Orchard's team at KR Sport. That was a good move there by Vince van der Hollen on Benediktas Masiokas. Masiokas, family lineage, Lithuanian. So labas litas to our good friends over in that part of the world. But after the opening lap, Chalk leads Van Kampenhout and Reutz. Oh, there's a dive that you wanted to see. Vic Van Kampenhout threw it up the inside with no hesitation on Jeff Verbeek, actually. So where has Jensen Chalk dropped to? He's dropped down to 13th. So Jeff Verbeek got dive bombed nice and cleanly by Vic Van Kampenhout. Victor Reutz looking towards getting to the inside. He's got the side draft. That's a great little bit of anticipation from Victor Reutz. He's now up into P2, but the KR Sport pairing of Freeman and Roberto are closing in. Vince van der Hollen now back up into 6th place and is nearly latching onto the back bumper of the 152. So 5¼ minutes remaining on the timer. So Jensen Chalk, bit of a stinker of a first heat to have for the young man. But he is closing in on Michael Zayek. Max Jolly's down to 10th place, but now the 6 at the front are really closing in on one another. Van Kampenhout continues to lead by just over 0.18 of a second ahead of Reutz. Verbeek, Roberto now ahead of Freeman. Great work by the 152. Freeman ahead of Van der Hollen. Maziokas, Pauline Van Plate has moved her way up the order, up from 13th on the grid. Now currently 8th as Roberto tries to go wheel to wheel with Reutz down the Europollon. Nearly allows Freeman to get through, and that's put Van der Hollen on both their cases. He's going to dive up the inside through at turn 8 on Freeman. So that is a change now for 5th place. Freeman demoted down to 6th, courtesy of Van der Hollen. About 40 seconds away from the halfway point of this race. So Van Kampenhout was battling with Van der Hollen for the BMC title all the way through last weekend, but he knows he's got an opportunity in this championship, and based on the fact if you take the 2 drop scores at the moment into consideration, Van Kampenhout is only 40 points behind Jensen Chalk. So it's really going to get interesting. This title's going to go down to the wire, folks. I 100% feel that deep down in my gut. Roland Venter has dropped down to 22nd place behind Tristan Abeels. But Van Kampenhout is leading the train at the moment. Verbeek right on the back of the 147. Is going to look for the move up the inside here at turn 9. Van Kampenhout has to avoid any potential incident and loses the race lead to Jeff Verbeek. Victor Reutz very much in the frame for this race, but do not count out the trio behind. Roberto, Van der Hollen and Freeman. Van der Hollen is the quickest of anybody out on track with just over 3 minutes to go. Lap number 4 completed. Victor Reutz getting an absolute whirlwind of a slipstream behind Vic Van Kampenhout, who dives up the inside at turn 2. And as I say that, Van der Hollen tries to get through on Roberto. Throws it up the inside through at 2. Completes the move round the outside at 3. And Van Kampenhout back out front. Verbeek dives up the inside. Oh, clash between the pair. And that has dropped Verbeek down to 3rd. Freeman's now trying to get his elbows out. Van Kampenhout makes it 3 wide into turn 7. That's never going to end well. Oh, dearie, dearie me. And it's put the cat amongst the pigeons. 4 wide coming out of turn number 8. And that has brought into it. So now we have... That's Max Jolly. Max Jolly now was 7th coming into turn 8. He's now 4th. That's a little bit wide there from Freeman coming out of turn 10. Not too sure if that cart's operating as it can do. As right behind him he's got Albert Farrow, the number 42 in the mini rookie classification. So Victor Reutz now leads. Vince van der Hollen 2nd. Max Jolly 3rd. Jeff Verbeek 4th, Vic van Kampenhout, Maria Roberto, they round out the top 6 places. Michael Zayak, Jensen Chalk now round out the top 8. Ahead of Benediktas Masiokas and Jack Freeman completing the top 10, but the top 2 have gotten away. Victor Oits now has a mano-a-mano battle with Vince van der Hollen as we get into the dying stages of this opening heat out of 3. So what we do have is quite a lot of action in this opening heat for Mini-Max. And Mini-Max rookie Maria Roberto trying to fend off Michael Zayak. Well, actually, Michael Zayak's already got through. That's Jensen Chalk that's just got through on the 152 from KR Sport. But 53 seconds, 2 laps to go. And Victor Reutz and Vince van der Hollen have exchanged places. Van der Hollen back into the race lead. Reutz, who started down in 9th. I'll say that again. Started 9th. Now 2nd. And has an opportunity to really put himself into the running order, the running for this. Victor Reutz currently 8th at the moment on 396. Had a very, very difficult weekend at Kerpen last time out. Highest score in that weekend was a 36 in the qualifying heats, and that was way down the order. Time now about to expire as our leaders come out of turn number 11 for the penultimate time here on lap number 7. Max Jolly, new fastest lap, 1 minute, 0.308. It's going to be close. It is going to be last lap. So, across the line, Reutz and Van der Hollen. Oh, God, it was a dodge fest there between the pair. But still, the 130 from Bouvin Power wanting to get through. And Victor Reutz, the only full score that the 176 has had was, funny enough, at the season opener back in early April on the Saturday, was the ranking after heats leader, and then didn't score in the top 3 until the opening, well, the qualifying heats ranking, and then after the super heats ranking, he placed 3rd in the. So those are the best scores that Victor Reutz has had, but he's willing the cart to go forwards. But there's hardly any corners remaining. Out of turn 11 for the final time. But can Victor Reutz spring a surprise on Vince van der Hollen? Through out of the final corner. It's going to be a run to the line. Will Reutz get the slipstream? The answer's no. Van der Hollen picks up the first win of the weekend. Head of Victor Reutz. Max Jolly takes P3. Michael Zayak 4th. 5th. Maria Roberto up 6 spots from 11th on the grid. Jensen Chalk started on pole, started 4th, finished 6th. Jeff Verbeek, Jack Freeman, Benediktas Masiokas, and your mini rookie provisional winner in this opening heat, Albert Farrow from the United Kingdom with DHR. Tafin Iskinen up 6 spots to finish 11th. Vic van Kampenhout at 1 point was leading, finished in 12th. Pauline van Preet, Ryan Ramper-Danath and Theo Steindal to complete the top 15. Klaus Hans, Arthur Farrow, Dejan Habits, Leon Herbos, Plamen Georgiev, Tristan Abeels and Ronald Venter from South Africa round out the finishing order. Everyone making it to the checkered, but Van der Hollen gets the first win on Heats Day in Mini. after a spirited opening mini and mini rookie heats of the weekend. Let's get on with juniors. Heat number 1, here's your starting grid. Following on from qualifying this morning, pole position went the way of Jack West, with Cameron Nelson making it an all-British front row. Taze van Wyk, this year's International Trophy winner, will be joined on row 2 by Isaac Barker. Callan Sims and Boris Maximov round out row number 3, ahead of Max Sidersky and Vlad Domenchuk on row 4. Points leader at the moment coming into this final round of the championship. Jacob Ashcroft starts 9th on the and on the outside of him, completing the top 10. 2-8-0 of Jacob Woods. Harry Freeman and Matthias Yederup on row 6. AJ Bergdorf and Jim Back, row 7. Row 8, Ryan Gandor and Ollie Wise. Daniel Minto and Lieke van Berkel round out row 9, and completing the top 20, Lars Lambers and Will Archer. Completing the 29-strong grid, Samir Paul, Casper Nissen, this year's Euro Trophy champion. Bran van der Weken, Silas Nicolaisen, Eva Morris, Tom Streller, Mata Kobahidze, Tom Hedger and Nicolas Machon. The latter 4 were excluded post-qualifying for not getting out within the first 45 seconds of the 5 minutes allowed. Also, we had 2 other drivers, Boris Maximov and Jim Back, both picking up 3-place grid drops after their front bumpers were found to be out of position post-qualifying. So, as with minis, it's going to be 7 minutes plus an additional lap for these 29 drivers on the circuit here at Karting Genk. And in terms of the championship at the moment, Jacob Ashcroft leads on 4.65. Boris Maximov 4.42. Taze van Wyk 4.23. Cameron Nelson on 4.08. Ollie Wise 3.75. Max Sidersky 3.59. Mata Kobahidze and Bran van der Weken ran at the top 8 on 356 and 355 points. Lars Lambers tied with Van der Weken on 355 as well, ahead of Harry Bartel. Great to see many of you opting to tune in. Over 140 people currently watching the YouTube stream, so please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. And whilst you're at it, we have a live chat open, so please, if you're not here at the circuit, show your support for who you're rooting for this weekend here at the Home of Champions. So Jack West and Cameron Nelson control the pace as they come out of the final corner. Red lights on the gantry, into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are out first time, and it's underway. Nelson looking to the outside of West as they go through into turns 1 and 2. It's going to be 3 or 4 wide coming out of turn number 2. But Jack West holds his nerve and leads the way. But there has been a drama. That is for the 2-2-8. Newbie to juniors in the last couple of weeks, AJ Bergdorf. So, they're having to be a bit careful coming out of that turn 10 corner. That was, I think that was the 250. Well, it was definitely a KR Sport Kart. It might have been Isaac Barker on that particular occasion, but we've got 1 lap in the books. Jack West leading the way. Tom Streller showing that he's already up into second. How's that happened? I've missed all that. But dramas for the 288. That is a Hunter Motorsport kart. That is Daniel Minto, who unfortunately has ended up going off track off of turn number 2, but has rejoined. Drivers will not get penalised if they return to the track very close to where they went off circuit. However, someone else has gone off, and that was Ryan Gandor from Canada, number 214. So he's accidentally shortcutted by mistake as he's got someone diving up the inside of him. Well, no, hang on, that was 256, Ollie Wise. Now, Ollie had a bit of a difficult weekend at Kerpen. That trend of form looks to continue as Jack West trying to trying to keep ahead of Tom Streller. But look who's behind. Cameron Nelson, Boris Maximov and Thijs van Wijk. Matic Obahidze, the youngster from Georgia, now up 19 positions and is currently running P8. But West 6th in this year's Motorsport UK British Kart Championships Rotax season. One of his last races as a junior. Young man, just 15 years of age. And his father Lee has been with him for the majority of the weekend as Max Swiderski tries to get through on Thijs van Wijk through at turn number 11. Turn number 10, but he's got the points leader Jacob Ashcroft right behind him. Oh, that's a nice little move there by Cam Nelson. Out the inside of Tom Strella. Boris Maximov keeping pace with the trio out in front. 5th is Ashcroft. Van Wijk and Swiderski round out the top 7. Obahidze, Woods and Jacob Woods and Isaac Barker round out the top 10. Vlad Tomanchuk 11th, head of Will Archer, who's made up 8 places from 20th on the grid. Gandor currently 13th, head of Harry Freeman. I'm wondering if that might be head down, Harry. Oh, Strela goes straight on and has to use the cut through. Oh, that was a bit brazen and a bit too much, I think, from the youngster from Latvia, from Marupe in the suburbs of Riga. Went wide, high, wide, and had to use the cut-off area. But that's what you get for trying to go around the outside at turn 7. I think the only person I've seen do a move like that successfully was a couple of years ago. A DD2 driver by the name of Sebastian de Grand round the outside of a multi-time DD2 BNL champion, Zana Shriblack. But Jack West is still holding on to the race lead after the opening 4 laps. We're just coming up to 2 minutes and 50 plus 1 tour to go. Thijs van Wijk, fastest of anybody overall, but not with a purple sector in sight. Jacob Woods fastest in sector 1. Gandor sector 2 and 3 is fastest. Now things are getting a bit too close for comfort. We could have a domino rally style situation very soon, as the top 6 are literally line astern. Last time around, after 4 laps, they were covered by just under 1.1 seconds. And Emerson McAndrew, you're on cue. Hello, hope you and the family are keeping well. And good luck in Sarno in 3 weeks. But Jack West doing a sterling job at the front end of the field. Not making any undue moves. He's made 1 move there. Nelson trying to do what he can. Maximov waiting in the wings. Van Wijk trying to look up the inside of Jacob Ashcroft. Ashcroft manages to keep a hold of it, but he might lose out to Swiderski. Up the inside he goes, and through goes Strella as well. So, more changes up and down the order. However, it's still very good to see that GD Rotax is as competitive as ever. However, there has been a change for second. Maximov has got through on Nelson. Strella now is behind Van Wijk. Swiderski is there. Oh, and that's a Sam Pollitt racing kart I spot. Well, welcome to the fray, Jacob Woods. And Woods is up from 10th on the grid, the number 280. Doing a very, very good job. But Jack West has bolted because everyone else behind is squabbling, and he's got nearly a 2-second lead. Nelson 2nd, Maximov 3rd, Van Wijk 4th, 5th is Ashcroft, Swiderski, Woods now up to 7th, head of Tom Strella, Gandor and Will Archer now round out the top 10. Isaac Barker 11th, Matic Obahidze 12th, Casper Nissen up 9 places from 22nd, currently running P13. Jim Back and Harry Freeman round out the top 15. Everyone's still circulating, including the driver down in 29th place, Nicolas Machon, the Belgian with GKS. But we have 2 laps to go, and Jack West is now, look at that, calm, cool as a cucumber. Looking over the right shoulder, 3.4 seconds is the advantage as we head on to the penultimate lap. A little bit of shifting in the order. Tom Strella down to 9th. Ryan Gandor still fastest of anybody. One of his good buddies hopefully might still be coaching to this day. Lucas Pernod. But, however, Max Sidursky has had Jacob Woods go past him, but Ryan Gandor has stolen a march on the pair of them. Sidursky up the inside of Woods, goes into the back bumper of the 214, and Strella manages to get his way past. Now that is Will Archer, another Sam Pollitt Racing kart that has come through. Sam Pollitt Racing, that is a team I do recognise, running Jack Collinson in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, but it is kicking off. Casper Nissen is there. Will Archer is there. Last lap underway. And, well, Nelson versus Van Wyk. Nelson holds on to second into turns 1 and 2 for the final time. What a race this has been. And I'm sure that Jack West can't believe his eyes or ears or, oh, dearie, dearie me. That was a bit haphazard. That was a chain reaction on that particular front. And more to the point, Boris Maximov trying to fling it round the outside. He's just clattered into the side walls of Jacob Ashcroft and has just been mugged by Ryan Gandor. However, we need to concentrate on the person who is 3.3 seconds up the road and then some. He's making his way down towards the final corner. Well, what a way from lights out to checkered. Jack West takes the win by a country mile. And wait for it, who's second? Cameron Nelson. So the top two on the grid finish first and second. Taze Van Wyk finishes third ahead of Jacob Ashcroft. Ryan Gandor, the youngster from Canadian, I think these days based out of Towcester, not too far outside of the home of British Motorsport, Silverstone, up 10 spots to finish P5. Boris Maximov, Max Sidursky, Ollie Wise up 8 places. So the KR Sport driver finishes 8th. Lars Lambers and Sam Pollitt Racing's Will Archer both make up 10 spots apiece. Round out the top 10. Casper Nissen 11th. Mate Kobahidze from Georgia 27th to 12th. Matthias Jellerup, Callum Sims, Jim Buck, Harry Freeman, Bran van der Weken, Nico van Berkel, Jacob Woods, and we've got Vlad Tomanchuk completing the top 20. Silas Nikolaisen, Samir Paul, Tom Reger, Daniel Minto, AJ Bergraf, Eva Morris, Tom Strella, Isaac Barker, and Nicolas Machon round out the finishing order, all getting to the checkered. So just to check in with you all watching on the live stream, yeah, good to hear from Emerson McAndrew Uren. Millie Crafting wishing Daniel Minto love from Mum and Millie. DAQZ, I will message you directly about what you just asked a little bit later. But yeah, the good thing is that we still have plenty of racing still to go. We've got through 2 of our 12 heats, so there's going to be a lot of activity in the paddock here at the Home of Champions. We are still very much blessed at the moment with sunshine. But the good thing is the temperature has increased once again, 15 degrees air ambient. We have coming up very shortly in the next 2 minutes, we're going to have DD2 and DD2 Masters. Now, to quickly go to the scores on the doors for that, well, Nikita Genzer, who picked up the German title in the first weekend of this month at Motorsport Arena in Mulsen in eastern Germany, leads on 470 points. Frederick Zebis, the man who for the majority of the season was with RS Competition and Robert Schlunsen at his team. Robert, I know you probably might still be keeping your eyes on the live stream. All the very best of luck this weekend in the, I think it's Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. He's decided to get behind the wheel of a tin top for the first time in 20 years. Was known in Super Formula A back in the late 1990s, running under German nationality. Of course, father originally from Germany, mother from Denmark, and runs the Vojens Motorsport Arena about an hour outside of Billund in Denmark. Imke Arts, who's also been competing in the Chrono Karting Dutch Championship. She's currently running P3 at the moment on 4.26, 4 points ahead of Dylan Lahaye with Nicolas Guillaume last weekend, who was crowned the Belgian Max Challenge champion on 413. However, it is 10 points between the top 3 in DD2 Masters. Carl Klebor, multi-time BMC and BNL champion, leads the way on 356. 6 points ahead of Michael Becker from Germany, and Francis Christophe Capitain for RM Concept, the team run and operated by Morgan Riche. Rounding out the top 3, they round out 7th to 9th in the standings, with Christophe Capitain 4 points behind Michael Becker. So this is also going to be an interesting one, and I can guarantee you this much: DD2 Masters will go down to the final race of the season as it has in seasons past. So let's take you through the grid after qualifying this morning. Well, Axel Saniala, 2019 Senior Rotax Grand Finals champion, unfortunately ill today, so will not take part in today's activities. So we'll have 19 drivers, starting off with Nicolas Guillaume, who put it on pole position. Well, he was second on the road, but that was due to Frederick Zebis getting a front bumper drop-down penalty of 3 positions. The gap was 46 thousandths. Guillaume will be joined by German RMC champion Genzer on the front row, with Arts and Zebis on row 2. Louis Koch and Wout Kirstens round out the top 3 rows ahead of Christophe Capitain and Luca Neuenhausen. Carl Klebor and Mats Johan Overhoff round out the top 10 ahead of Will Ellswood and Jordi Klebor. Dylan Lahaye starts alongside RMC Germany Masters champion Alex Fielenbach. Michael Becker and Sam Knopjes round out row 8, with the 19 strong rounded out by Axel Hoos, Maximilian Adolf and Latvia's Maxim Shaposhnikov. So for DD2, Masters and Seniors, their heats will take place over a duration of 10 minutes plus an additional lap. And well, there is Nicolas Guillaume just pootling his way through turn 6 at the Europlan. So he's got a little bit of a wait before the likes of Genzer, Arts, Zebis, Frederick Zebis, now with SP Motorsport, the team run and operated by Stan Pex, who is just as passionate as racing as he is being a very hands-on person. So not afraid to get his hands dirty and helping people get the karts prepared. But the red lights very soon will be ignited on the starting gantry here at the 1,360 metre circuit. And look at how slow Nicolas Guillaume has got to. Everyone else checking the steering, maybe trying to get an additional degree of temperature into the tyres. But it is going to be down to Guillaume and Genza. Of course, these are two-speed gearbox-operated karts. No traditional chain drive like you see on the direct drive, but all of them have the Rotax Max Evo 125cc engine alongside them. Now we see the traditional psych out opportunities. So red lights on the gantry, Guillaume on pole, Genza alongside. Imagine that. Belgian and German RMC champions alongside each other on the front row. So into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are out. So Guillaume's got the best start. Arts instantly responds and might try to dive up the inside early doors. But Genza manages to get the lead. Oh, that was brave through three. And now they're all starting to squabble for position through 3, 4 and 5. Genza leads the way. Guillaume in second. Third, it's Arts. There's Mats Johan Overhoff trying to get around the outside of Michael Becker, which he does successfully through at turn number 6. So a couple of drops of position for the young man from Marl in Western Germany. Matt's third in the German Championship this season. Behind Gens. Oh, and Dylan Hay straight into the side of Will Ellswood. Will from the UK, running on a Birolart chassis in preparation for the Grand Finals this year. And it's still getting a bit messy at the back end of the field, but Genza leads the way by nearly 2.5 tenths of a second. Guillaume P2. Arts running the Team Netherlands race suit, I see, but look at the skirmish at the back end of the field. That's Neuenhausen, I think I see, who started 8th. He's dropped towards the tail end of the field as the leaders make their way down the Europelan. Lewis Koch now, that's a great move there from Lewis Koch. He just dived through on Guillaume and Arts, who I think might have had a little bit of a touch coming through out of turn number 7. And now Arts getting their elbows out. Oh, this is not going to end well if things keep on happening as they are. And Frederick Zebis is there. He's now ahead of teammate Guillaume. And I think, Arts tried to go up the inside, caught out Guillaume, and Lewis Koch got through very, very quickly indeed. However, Imke Arts looking up the inside. So is Frederick Zebis. They both get past the 408, who retaliates and gets back past the Dane. Nice exchange there between Frederick Zebis and Louis Koch. Koch now up into third. Zebis back up the inside through at turn 6. Could this give the opportunity to Guillaume? Not quite. And then Capitan is still holding on to position at the lead of Masters, but however, Guillaume is struggling a little bit. I think that is just ahead of his teammates. Another SP Motorsport kart, that being Dylan LaHaye, multi-time BNL Senior Rotax champion, and he dives up the inside. Oh, dearie me, Dylan LaHaye, it's like the old times have come back again for that man. Took a year off, took a sabbatical, and came back. New team, new environment, and new challenge. So Genza leads by nearly 2.2 seconds ahead of Imke Arts. Frederick Zebis, third. Lewis Koch, fourth. Christophe Capitan leads Masters, and he's up 2 spots and is running 5th. Ahead of Wout Kirsten's newcomer to DD2, but over the last few years has been running in seniors. He's got Mats Johan Overhoff, then Dylan LaHaye. Guillaume down in 9th. Michael Becker up 5 places, now runs 10th. Might be on the Horta, as he nicknames the chassis. So Comp Kart panelling, Birolart chassis underpinnings. Sam Knopfjers up to 11th from 16th on the grid. Carl Klibble rounds out the top 3 in Masters. He's currently 12th ahead of Sun Yori. as more opportunities. That is going to be Wout Kirsten's pass by Mats-Johan Overhoff and Dylan LaHaye through the final corner. And LaHaye nearly trying to dive up the inside through on Overhoff at turn 2, but Overhoff said, no, you don't. Got to do better than that. Meantime, Imke Arts is pushing. However, the person that is really, really lighting up the timesheets purple, the driver in 3rd place, who is about 6/10 behind Arts. That is Fredrik Zebis. Full name, Fredrik Zebis Christensen. Will Ellswood, unfortunately, out on lap 2. So we're down to 18 runners and riders, the last of which being Alex Fielenbach. Oh, that was a bit close for Wout Kirstens. Had to dive out of the way as Guillaume and Knopfjes got through. Now, for those that do keep an eye on the live streams for the Chrono Karting Dutch Championship, Arts, Knopfjes and Guillaume are battling away over the title this year. But Mats-Johan Overhoff trying to keep within earshot and within lunge range of one Dylan LaHaye. Maxim Shaposhnikov drops behind Alex Fielenbach. Fielenbach has also been competing in Porsche Cayman GT4 machinery at the Nürburgring Nordschleife as part of the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, originally known as VLN. But we are past the halfway point. Zebis has got through on Arts for P2. So now, can they start pushing forward and close that nigh on 2-second gap back to Nikita Genza? Genza's lead was 1.97 seconds. It's now 1.932. Zebis, new fastest lap, but now that's gone to Knopfjes. Meantime, Lewis Koch has got the very, very experienced Christophe Capitan right behind him. Now, this is a battle for 4th place. So Capitan nearly had the door opened, but Lewis Koch managed to close that door very quickly down into turn 6 onto the Europolan. And in the meantime, well, Dylan LaHaye has dropped down to 18th place. And I think his called time on the race might have picked up some damage. Lewis Koch now having to defend against Christophe Capitan, but there is Mats-Johan Overhoff in proximity. Great little scrap coming alive here, and Overhoff dives up the inside of Capitan. Great move by the 401 from Marl, and that allows Guillaume and Knopfjes to get through on the 599. Now, Capitan does not need to worry about this as long as he stays ahead of Carl Klebor, who's now 10th and climbing the order, along with also Michael Becker. So at the moment, Capitan has the slight advantage. But of course, the qualifying heat scores are based on your results over the 3 heats today. Coming down to the final 3 minutes, plus an additional lap of this race. Right, Fredrik Zebis is on a warpath at the moment. He's 1.6 seconds behind Nikita Genza and is closing that gap. Zebis put in the fastest lap of the race, is bringing along Imke Arts for the ride as well. And that gap was 1.6 seconds. I think we're going to be under a second here, folks. Well, make that 1.3. New fastest lap by 3rd. Imke Arts, 54.101. As Guillaume versus Koch. Koch keeps it pinned through 3. Guillaume up the inside using the curbing. Oh, Koch goes off. Right rear touches the grass out of turn 4. Oh, and a touch between Overhoff and Guillaume. And Guillaume runs deep into turn 6. Straight on for the 491. And that's caused heavens to Betsy a little bit of bedlam at that corner. Everyone's scrabbling for position. And then all of a sudden, everyone just went, right, let's bundle. It's like a mosh pit. However, we still have 1:52. The big thing about this weekend, if you are battling for the championship, you've got to be careful. You've got to watch your step. You've also got to have mechanical sympathy, despite pushing to the absolute limit. However, between 1st, 2nd and 3rd, the gap is now 1.4 seconds. And the biggest gainer in this race is the driver that started down in 16th, now runs 4th. Sem Knopfjes in the 460. Lewis Koch holding on at the moment to 5th, half a second behind the 460 from the Netherlands. Christoph Kapitan, Mats-Johan Overhoff, Axel Hoos in the meantime. Nice work by the Combi Kart Racing driver. He's already booked his place on Team Netherlands for Sano. He's up 9 places to 8th, and a big thank you to Gabby and the team at Chrono for a nice little message on Instagram. Having posted the link a little bit earlier. So, 45 seconds to go, and Genzer is now only 7.5 tenths ahead of Zebis Christensen. Arts is there and is the second quickest. Genzer at the moment running a 54.5 at the moment. Zebis Christensen 54.216. Arts for 1,000 slower. So a real good show of pace by a lot of these drivers, but the time is fast counting down. Our race leaders at the moment now coming out of turn number 11. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Last lap underway. Brandon Kleit-Nagelvoort. Big up Sem Knopfjes. Thank you very much, Brandon. Hopefully we see you in the BNL in the not too distant future. Genzer still leads, but the gap is stabilised at about 7.5 tenths of a second ahead of Fredrik Zebis Christensen. Imke Arts, Sem Knopfjes, Lewis Koch ran out the top 5. Christoph Kapitan on course for a first DD2 Masters Heat win of the weekend. Leaders coming through turn 7 at the chicane for the final time here on lap number 12. And Genzer at the moment looking very strong indeed. He was, he got, I think it was, if I remember correctly, I know my good friend Sebastian Bauer would remind me of how many races, how many max scores he got. But out of the final corner, well, Genzer is still going to take the victory here in Heat 1 with Zebis 2nd, Arts 3rd, 4th, biggest climber of the day so far. Sem Knopfjes up 12 spots to finish 4th, ahead of Lewis Koch. Mats-Johan Overhoff up 4 places, up to P6. Axel Hoos, the 455 from the Netherlands, up 10 places to finish 7th, ahead of Christoph Kapitan, DD2 Masters Heat 1 winner. Wout Kerstens, Nicolas Guillaume, Karl Klebo, Jori Klebo, Luca Neuenhausen, Michael Becker, Alex Fielenbach round out the top 15. Maximilian Adolf and Maxim Shaposhnikov round out the 17 finishers. Dylan LaHaye we lost on lap 5, Will Ellswood lap 2, and Axel Saniala a non-starter. So let's take you through the grid for the first of 3 heats for senior road tax. Macaulay Bishop, fastest of anybody in time qualifying this morning, will start from pole position. Currently 3rd in the championship standings into this final round of the season. He'll be joined by Armand Hamilton from Hungary on the front row. Good work by Lloyd Hare, who took 3rd place overall in time qualifying. He'll be joined on row 2 by current points leader Jaden Teen, Robbie Storder and Archie Buttle. Row 3, Oakley Pryor and Paul Hamburg, row 4 with Bram Plomp and Jort van Wyk rounding out the top 10. Lado Kuhianidze and Dante Sima, row 6, Sebastian Koch and Martin Gaiskens, row 7, Dolouette, Lawrence Harbrose, Danny Shields, Freddie Ingram, Vic Stevens and Lex Quintins round out the top 20. Zach Heslop, Ralph and Mika van der Pavert round out the top 23. Edemetaire Denkovic, Lane van der Meer, Sam Bergstein, Tom Lenoir, Marta Spike, Scott Westhovens, Benjamin Van Hees, Rashid Ghanem, Olivier Jonkers, Sverre Ubben and Luca Bremer. In the championship, coming into this final round of the season after 9 respective scores, 4.73 for Jaden Teen, 4.54 for Vic Stevens, Macaulay Bishop on 4.47. Sverre Ubben and Lawrence Herbros ran at the top 5 on 4.17 and 4.07 points apiece. However, I have just spotted out of the corner of my eye and just looked up that there is cloud cover moving across towards the start-finish straight, and it's looking a little bit more than just white. It's looking very, very dastardly grey up there. 14 degrees air temperature, 17 kilometres an hour wind to the southwest, the southeast of the circuit. 63% humidity, so Canucks Gantry starting to fill up off of turn number 12 as we wait with bated breath. Red lights very shortly will be on the Gantry as Macaulay Bishop and Armand Hamilton will line up alongside each other on the front row. No overtaking past the red line, which is on a par with the entrance to the pit lane. The field starts to concertina, ready to go racing. Red lights on the Gantry once again, like DD2 and DD2 Masters. It's 10 minutes plus 1 additional lap. Let's see how things transpire over the opening exchanges. So, Bishop on pole, Hamilton alongside. Into the tram lines, revs rise. Lights are out first time. Good start by the pole sitter. And now into turn number 1 and 2. Hamilton stays behind Bishop at the moment. Oh, but we got a couple of carts off. I think one of them was Dante Sima. Bit of a bad rejoin there coming through into turn 3. And there's more squeezing between respective drivers as they go through into turn number 6 and onto the European for the first time of asking. So Jaden Teen managed to get through on Lloyd Hare early doors. However, well, Jaden Teen is no longer in 3rd position. That says to me it's KR Sport colours. That's very much likely going to be Archie Buttle or Lloyd Hare. It's the 3.22. It is Buttle. And then you've got the 3.79 of Paul Hamburg from Estonia. Buttle goes for 2nd. Oh, drifts wide coming out of the final corner. That allows Hamilton to get back through and now opens the potential floodgates. Jaden Teen nearly looks up the inside as well at the exit of the same corner. So Dante Sima dropped. Vic Stevens was another one that dropped. Marta Spike has dropped 4 positions. Vic Stevens has dropped 15. Dante Sima down to 31st has dropped 19th, having started 12th on the grid. But Bishop very much sternly trying to defend against Hamilton, who dives up the inside through at turn 7 to now take the race lead. And now once again, well, that's another position loss. Buttle got through at 8. And who is that trying to go around the outside? That's Dolouette. Good to see him back on the grid. Did some running in the on OK Senior, running with the legendary Team Ward Racing. And he's really, well, Jaden Teen has decided, that's it, I've had enough. Right, let's get racing. Let's get our elbows out a little bit here. And the elbows are very much out between Jort van Wyk, Paul Hamburg and Macaulay Bishop. Oh, no, that's not what we needed. 3.41 Lloyd Hare and 3.94 Dams Racing Sebastian Koch. Unfortunately, Koch going over the back bumper of hair, coming out of turn 2. Hamburg nearly had the left rear wheel going skywards through the little dip that's just past the outside curbing off of turn number 6 on the Europolan. But Armand Hamilton starting to pull away from Archie Buttle in second. There was Archie Buttle in second until Jaden Teen said otherwise. Fourth, I think that's going to be York Van Wyk, 3-2-3. Macaulay Bishop, fifth. Lado Kuhanidze, but that's Bishop at the inside of Van Wyk. Kuhanidze also got through. Nice work by the pair of them. Two drivers from Dan Holland Racing. And there is the 379. That is Paul Hamburg, who's just had Robbie Stolder go through on him. So did, I think, Freddie Ingram. Danny Shields is also there. Oh, no. The 3KR Sport Carts come together off of turn 7. Oh, dearie, dearie me. Don't make it 3 wide into turn 6. Turn 7, that's not what you want. I mean, it just goes to show, well, Hamburg was towards the outside. In the inside, it was Shields, and it was Oakley Pryor, I think might have been cart number 3 that was involved. And yeah, it just all came together, unfortunately, but they all got going again. Meantime, Jaden Teen now has taken the race lead from Armand Hamilton. Archie Buttle is now there waiting in the wings. So, it was Freddie Ingram, Oakley Pryor, and Paul Hamburg. Those were the 3 involved. Danny Shields, where is he at the moment? He's 15th at the minute, up 2 places. But there are the top 3. Teen, Hamilton, Buttle, Bishop 4th, Kuhanidze 5th. Van Wyk closing in, the older brother of Days. But this is very much a case of get through the heat stay. Get through it. And it just goes to show how difficult it can be when you've got 33 other senior Rotax drivers. Oh, there was an aggressive point from Lado Kuhanidze towards York Van Wyk saying, right, let's just go. Just pointing forward saying, I want to go forwards. We're now halfway through this race and we're still not done yet, folks. Biggest movers at the moment, Ollie Yonkers. Oh, I know his dad Davey will be hearing my dulcet tones right now. Up from 32nd on the grid and is now 11th. Ralph van der Pava up 10 places. Mateo Radenkovic up 10 places. 12th and 14th respectively. Tom Langlois started 27th, now 16th. Scott Westhovens 18th from 29th. Rashid Ghanem from 31st to 20th. Sverre Ubben 33rd. Penultimate place on the grid, now 21st. Zach Heslop. Oh, he's had some great inroads as well as the number 391 from the United Kingdom. He's now up 13 places from 21st to 8th. And there's a big old battle happening. I think that's towards the back end of the field, possibly. Not 100% sure. I did notice a GKS Lemons power cart in that brawl. But at the moment, well, things have changed again. Macaulay Bishop through on Archie Buttle for 3rd place. And Lado Kuhanidze has got Robbie Stauder not too far behind either. So that is your top 7 drivers effectively rounded out. Not 3.5 minutes to go. So Teen leads after 7 laps by 2.5 tenths of a second. Buttle trying to go on the offensive, and that is Robbie Stauder through on Lado Kuhanidze again. So another change for position. So Mateo Radenkovic and Tom Langlois currently 12th and 14th at the moment, have both made up, well, one's made up 12 places, the other one has made up 13 in the meantime. But with 2 minutes and 50 to go, the trio at the front end of the field cannot really be separated. Teen, Hamilton and Bishop. All I'm going to say, they were covered by 4/10 last time around. So, across the line to complete lap 8. Fastest lap of the race so far, set by Lawrence Herbose in 9th. Now it's Mateo Radenkovic, 54.861. He's up to 12th. Lane Vandermeer's just dropped 3 places. Paul Hamburg running 27th. Dante Sima 30th. So at the front end of the field, it's looking very much like, okay, shall I hold station or shan't I? Sometimes you've got to... you've got to use discretion sometimes. Sometimes you've got to use your common sense, or sometimes go with your guts more than anything else, because you'll know whether you'll be able to make the move or not. And, well, the circuit looking a little bit darker with the cloud cover now overhead. Going to the last minute and 40, plus an additional lap of this race. And Macaulay Bishop, oh, that's a cutback and an attempt at a half from the young man from Hoddesdon, 3rd in this year's Euro Trophy. Trying to do the up and under on Armand Hamilton. That's brought Jort van Wijk in. Archie Buttle has now been passed by Robbie Stordeur. Zach Heslop still trying to close up on places, but there's a change for the race lead. Hamilton through, Bishop and Teen. Oh, Van Wijk making it nearly 3 wide into turn 7. Manages to give a little bit of an assist to Macaulay Bishop on that particular occasion. And Jaden Teen finds himself down in what is now 5th place behind Robbie Stordeur. There's Archie Buttle, along with the 380 of Lado Kohanidze, the other Georgian representative in this field, not related to Mate Kohanidze, it's Kohanidze. So 2 different complete spellings. And thanks to the families for informing me how to pronounce their surnames as well. Very much appreciated over the past months. So, 30 seconds remaining. Armand Hamilton has a 6/10 of a second advantage over Macaulay Bishop. Right. Paul Hamburg, who set the fastest lap of the races, ended up going down to 33rd position. But we are heading on to, very shortly, our last lap of the race. We'll hit 12 laps. But that darkness looks very foreboding up ahead. A lot of us who've been here quite a few times, myself included, do know what can happen with regards to the local climate, so to speak. But one more lap remains, and at the moment it is Armand Hamilton who leads. 2nd, Macaulay Bishop. Jort van Wijk now 3rd. 4th, Robbie Stordeur. Jaden Teen, a little bit further back than he'd like to be. He's 1.9 seconds behind 4th. He's got Archie Buttle breathing all down his neck, along with Lawrence Herbose for measure. Boluet and Ollie Yonkers. Ollie Yonkers now up 22 places and rounding out the top 10 as our leaders come through turn 7 at the chicane. Now into turn 8 for the final time. But into turn number 10, now through the left here at 11, Armand Hamilton. Running on a Tony kart and running with Downs this time, it looks like. He's going to come out of the final corner, and that is, as they say, well, checkered flag. That's it, job done. Armand Hamilton takes the win by 8/10 of a second. Great work by the man from Hungary. Macaulay Bishop 2nd. Robbie Stordeur and Jort van Wijk round out the top 4. Van Wijk made up 6 places in that from 10th on the grid. Jaden Teen finishes 5th ahead of Archie Buttle. Lawrence Herbose 7th from 16th on the grid ahead of Lado Kohanidze. Boluet and Ollie Yonkers, biggest mover so far today. 22 places from 32nd to 10th. Zach Heslop, Danny Shields, Tom Longnois, who was also another big mover up the order, ran at the top 13 ahead of Ralph van der Pavert, Mateo Dankovic Martin Gaskins. Good work by Slangen Karting's Scott Westovers. 29th to 17th. Bram Plomp, Vic Stevens, Sverre Ubben, Benjamin Van Hees. Right, Martin Gaskins has dropped down to 24th behind Ubben, who's now promoted to 19th ahead of Van Hees. Rashid Ghanem, Freddie Ingram, Sam Bergstein, Martin Gaskins, Lane Vandermeer, Lex Quintons, Lloyd Hare, Mika van der Pava, Dante Sima, Marta Spike, Paul Hamburg, Luca Bremer, Sebastian Koch, and with 2 laps to go, we lost the 301 of Oakley Pryor. with a slight rain shower, only just having started. We're going to get underway with our second heat for Minimax. It's heat number 2. Let's take you through the starting grid. Vince van der Hollen will start from pole position once again, so the grids will be the same for race 2 and race 3 of today. Vince van der Hollen and Michiel Zayak, front row. Jeff Verbeek and Jensen Chalk, row 2. Jack Freeman and Benedictas Masiokas, row 3. Vic van Kampenhout and Max Jolly, row 4. Victor Royce and Arthur Ferro, row 5. Maria Roberto, Albert Ferro, Pauline van Preet, Tristan Abeels, Theo Steindal, Leon Herbos, Taffy Niskanen, Klaus Hans, Dejan Habits, Ryan Rampadarath, Ronald Venter and Plamen Georgiev. So after the first heat, 4 drivers got time penalties for front fairings. They were Tom Reger, AJ Berggraaf, Nicolas Machon, and also Daniel Minto. Isaac Barker, along with the 278 of Harry Freeman and the 285 of Lieke van Berkel, all got given a 5-second post-race penalty for... no, sorry, that's the juniors one. So actually we had 2 disqualifications. Benedictas Masiokas and Ronald Venter having the... So I got completely crossed up there, my apologies. So 30 and 198 got front fairing penalties. Theo Steindal and Leon Herbos. Albert Ferro was demoted down to 14th with a 5-second time penalty for pushing. So was the 1, 2, 4 of Arthur Ferro. Benedictas Masiokas and Ronald Venter, unfortunately, were disqualified for being found to be underweight on the weighbridge post the session. So they both ended up at the bottom end of the order, but still scored points. However, the briefest of rain showers brings out sunshine once again. This is one of the things I've gotten accustomed to over the years, as have many people that have frequented this paddock, that when the rain hits, you don't know when it's going to hit. But if it does, do you chance it? Do you go on slicks? Do you go on wets? Well, literally the heavens opened, I think, a minute after the mechanics left the dummy grid. So there we go. Drivers now ready and getting into formation. They've got to be very, very careful about the curves. Now, because of the fact that there has been a little bit of rainfall, it might make the curbing a little bit more slick. And when you put in a Mojo D2 XX tyre onto a wet curb and it's a slick, you might have a little bit of a problem with regards to traction on the circuit. So they've got to be very, very careful. So the red light's on the starting gantry once again. And here we go. Can Van der Hollen make it 2 for 2, or is someone else going to have a say in the matter? Into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are out straight away. And now we get the ultimate drag race into turns 1 and 2. Van Kampenhout gets a little bit of a bump from behind. I think that might have been Victor Royce. Max Jolly spins around out of turn 2. Oh dear, the 114 from Hunter Motorsport, who got up into P3, and there's also been a drama for the 169. Klaus Hans from Latvia. So Max Jolly finished 3rd and took the fastest lap of the race in the opening heat. But that is not what you want at the beginning of heat number 2. You try and apply the power. Oh, Victor Royce having a bit of a drama coming out of turn 7, nearly compromising at in the process. The 147 of Vic van Kampenhout. There's Jensen Chalk just behind the 176, coming out of turn number 9. So it is like treading on eggshells. It's like a slippery ice rink situation at the moment. But Vince van der Hollen and Michiel Zayak are leading the charge. Vic van Kampenhout now up from 7th into P3. Victor Royce, then it's going to be Jensen Chalk, the 164 from Wootton Under Edge. And Chalk trying to get the slingshot. Who's behind him? It is going to be Jeff Verbeek. Jack Freeman and Maria Roberto round out the top 8. Benedictas Masiokas and Pauline van Preet round out the top 10. Arthur and Albert Ferro, brothers in arms, both 11th and 12th respectively. Albert leading the mini rookie side of things. Oh, bit of a moment there as Vic van Kampenhout applied the throttle whilst he was negotiating the inside curve through turn number 6, and it spat the kart out forwards and a bit wider than he probably would have liked. However, still plenty of this race left to run. At the back of that train is Jack Freeman. Jack Freeman, who was mini rookie champion last year, if I remember correctly, in his first season outside of the United Kingdom. But things are getting feisty at the front. Michal Zayak has got the race lead. The pole ahead of the Belgian as we come across the line to complete lap number 2. And then the frenzy behind being led by Vic van Kampenhout, followed by Victor Reitz, Jensen Chalk, Jeff Verbeek, Jack Freeman and Maria Roberto now up into 8th and has got the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 4.584. Great job there by the 152. Benedictas Masiocas and Arthur Ferro round out the top 10. Albert Ferro, Pauline Van Peet, Max Jolly now recovered up to 13th so far. Ahead of Theo Steindal, Dean Habits, Ryan Rampadada, Tristan Abils, Leon Herbos, Tafin Iskinen, Klaus Hans, Plamen Georgiev and Ronald Venter from South Africa. As all the rain's coming back, there it is. And it's a lot more intense. Oh, we have got a situation on our hands as these drivers are on Mojo D2 XX slick tyres. And this is going to be treacherous. It's absolutely pelting it down. We still have half of this race to run, but it is absolutely, it's really coming down. Victor Reitz and Vic van Kampenhout, don't start doing that on the start-finish straight. And that's going to allow Jack Freeman to go through. Vic van Kampenhout off the circuit. And yellow flags coming down into turn number 10. Oh, the heavens are really open now. This could get, and I'm seeing blue skies above us, this could be a big deluge. And it hit an intensity, then it died down again. But at the moment, well, Vince van der Hullen and Michal Zayak, who are first and second, we have got slippery surface flags out. That is on the Marshall post just off of turn number 8. Yellow flags at turn 10. And still the rain is coming down at a metered and consistent intensity. Rain was predicted to hit at 3 o'clock this afternoon. And, well, we've got one kart off by the side. I think that could be Ronald Venter, possibly. Didn't come through to break the timing beam for Sector 3. But, yeah, there you go. Slippery surface flag being shown at Marshall Post 7 off of turn 12. And Jensen Chalk and Jack Freeman are battling away. This is probably going to be the battle for P3. Great traction for Jack Freeman. He is now third. Ahead of Chalk, Victor Reitz. And there is Chalk going up the inside. Easy does it, Jensen. Not too many beans on the throttle pedal, please. But there goes Jack Freeman. Hooks it up the inside, through out of 3 into 4. Chalk is now going to respond and retake the position through into 5. But Chalk slips off the circuit. Nearly goes grass tracking. Freeman also taking it nice and careful through 6. 1 minute and 34 to go, plus an additional lap. You can just see how careful some of these drivers are taking these corners. And that's incredibly crucial. This is going to help them in terms of the ranking after heats. Following on to today, and it was Ronald Venter from South Africa that has unfortunately retired on the latter part of lap 3. Michal Zayak, in the meantime, has just got through on Vince van der Hullen. And I'm seeing a lot of activity down in the pit lane. Reference juniors, because they will be going on to wets. It is completely saturated from what we saw in time qualifying this morning to now the second set of heats. It has become absolutely saturated as the tarmac. 41 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. Poland's Michal Zayak leads the way by 1.1 seconds. Ahead of Vince van der Hullen, Jack Freeman in third, Jensen Chalk in fourth, Victor Reitz fifth, Maria Roberto has got to be very, very careful because she's just had Jeff Verbeek go through the inside of her at turn number 2, but Roberto able to fire it back. Vic van Kampenhout struggling with traction, and Benedictas Masiokas has just got through on him. Well, how the tables have turned all of a sudden here at the Home of Champions. So, timer has expired. That is it. Michiel Zayak and trying to apply the throttle. The rear wheels spinning up quite significantly and kicking water, standing water on the circuit into the air. Now accelerates down into turn number 10 for what will be the penultimate time here on lap 6 out of 7. And he's able to get a better traction out of the corner. Vince van der Hollen has got to be very careful because Jack Freeman last time around was 2.9 seconds behind him. That gap has shrunk significantly. Last lap underway, and Michiel Zayak leads Vince van der Hollen by 3.2 seconds. Jack Freeman now 1.4 behind second place. Well, Jeff Verbeek now confirmed ahead of Maria Roberto. She's made it up 4 spots from 11th on the grid and is currently 7th. But Michiel Zayak has been able to really, really get his head around these conditions and just making sure that the inputs are progressive and not stabbing at the brake, not stabbing at the throttle, as that is Jensen Chalk through, I think, is it on... I'm not too sure. No, that was Jeff Verbeek back through on Maria Roberto. But our race leader, Michiel Zayak, now making his way in towards turn number 9. The last time here on lap number 7. Just look at how calm Zayak is, having to do minute adjustments. And here comes Jack Freeman. That's through on Vince van der Hollen on the run down to turn number 10. Oh, but Freeman spins. Freeman's off. He manages to get it back together again, but he was round the outside through turn number 10 on the final lap. But one win so far for Vince van der Hollen, and now it's going to be another winner here today. Amidst the difficult conditions, Michiel Zayak wins Heat 2. Second is going to be Vince van der Hollen. Third, it could have been second for Jack Freeman. He finishes ahead of Jensen Chalk. Victor Reutz, 5th. Jeff Verbeek, 6th. Maria Roberto, 7th. Vic van Kampenhout finishes ahead of Benedictas Masiokas. Well, actually, no, Max Jolly. Max Jolly recovers to finish 9th after that spin on the opening lap. Benedictas Masiokas takes 10th. Tristan Abeels wins Heat 2 in Mini Rookie. How's about that for the form book being upset here today? Theo Steindal, 12th. Tafin Iskanen, Ryan Rampadanath, Klaus Hans, Leon Herbols, Pauline Van Preek. We've still got drivers yet to cross the stripe, let's not forget, and they have done. Pauline Van Preek, Albert Farrow, Plamen Georgiev, Arthur Farrow, Dejan Habits rounding out the 21 runners and riders that got to the checkered ahead of Ronald Venter. Unfortunately, on lap 3 at turn 10, would spin and then retire from the race. So with the big shift in the weather and, well, after showers, what comes next? Sunshine. Here we go. It's the grid for Heat 2. Ginny Rotax starting on pole position will be Jack West. Cameron Nelson alongside. They finished 1-2 in the previous heat, with West winning by a margin of 6 seconds. Taze van Wijk and Isaac Barker will round out the top 2 rows ahead of Callum Sims and was Maximov. Max Sadowski and Vlad Tominchuk, row 4. Jacob Ashcroft and Jacob Woods rounding out the top 10. Harry Freeman and Matthias Yellerup rounding out the top 12. AJ Bergeraff might be starting from the repair area, was due to start on the inside of row 7 alongside Jim Back. Ryan Gandor, Ollie Wise, Daniel Minto, Lieke van Berkel, Lars Lambers and Will Archer round at the top 20. Could be the same for Samir Paul as well, alongside AJ Bergeraff down at the repair area. Casper Nissen, Bran van der Weken, Silas Nicolaisen, Ava Morris, Tom Strela, Mata Kobahidze, Tom Hedger and Nicolas Machon round out the 29 strong grid. Following on from the earlier race, Tom Hedger, amongst others, along with AJ Bergeraff, Nicolas Machon and Daniel Minto all got a 5-second time penalty post-race. Then you also had the 2.53 of Isaac Barker, the 2.78 of Harry Freeman and the 2.85 of Lieke van Berkel getting a 5-second time penalty for pushing post-race. Yeah, I'm getting... yeah, nice. I'm going to have to give a shout out to our camera guy, Dion, who's just off of the who I can actually see in my viewpoint between turns 3 and 4. He says, rain and then sun, welcome to Belgium. Yep, if you've not been to Genk before, yep, it's that wonderful microclimate we have surrounding Karting Genk, Circuit Zolder, which is half hour down the road, Spa-Francorchamps, Quartier de Fagnes, Marienburg. Shout out to Thierry Lepine and the team there in the Couvin region. But Jack West really came out firing on all 125 cubic centimetres of that Rotax Max Evo engine to his right-hand side and made it work whilst everyone else was squabbling behind. So could be a good use of his opportunity to leave juniors on a high here at the BNL Karting Series. Had a chat with his dad Lee, who's here as well. Lee said, love coming to the circuit. Jack loves it here as well. It's a completely different atmosphere. And, you know, the food's great, the locality's great, and what a circuit to be at. I can't disagree with that at all. However, let's get down to business, shall we? Heat 2 out of 3 for Junior Rotax. Red lights on the gantry. Into the tram lines, lights on, not out. Full start, we go around again. And the obligatory green flag with the yellow V, aka a chevron, for those more accustomed to that name. Chevron, a sports car manufacturer way back in the day. One of their drivers at one point was a certain Mr. Anthony Reid, former British touring car legend, who I've had the opportunity of meeting a little while ago. But this is where things get very, very interesting once more. So with rain suits and wet weather tyres required for the juniors, visibility, you know, peripheral vision is going to be at an absolute premium. But if you are at the front of the field, especially on the front row, you are going to have the distinct advantage. But this is why this sport is such a great foundation for those going up into the top tier of racing. Well, this is where a certain Mr. Max Verstappen started his trade, at this very circuit, no less. So it's West and Nelson on the front row. Van Wijk, Barker, Sims, Maximov, Sadowski, Tominchuk, Ashcroft and Woods. That's your top 10. 29 drivers once again head into the tram lines. Revs rise. Heat 2. Junior Rotax is underway. Let's see what happens on the run down into turns 1 and 2. Cameron Nelson gets a little touch from behind. West holds on to the race lead. Everyone on tippy toes. Now seen Samir Paul and AJ Bergeraff come out of the dummy grid. They were in the repair area. Oh, one's gone off at turn 4, but has rejoined safely. Meantime, Jack West still trying to hold on to the race lead. And he nearly lost it coming out of turn 6. He was towards the outside and managed to do the old V trick like Daniel Ricciardo, who's unfortunately just left Formula 1 after the Singapore Grand Prix this past weekend. His trick was in dry or wet conditions, use the V tactic, which is basically your straight line towards the outside of the corner and then you point it straight coming the other way and get the traction. However, oh no, that is Jacob Ashcroft. A touch for the points leader from behind, and he spun around at turn 10. Oh, that might have been possibly from the likes of either Jacob Woods or Tom Hager. Hager's made up 15 places. Meantime, battle for the race lead. It's kicked off. Tom Streller now up from 26th on the grid. Still battling away. Cameron Nelson, Boris Maximov round out the top 4. Whereas Ashcroft ended up 27th after a result of that slight turnaround for the young man from Western-super-Mare. But, that was close. Strata trying to get through on West. West scrambling through turn 6, and Nelson might have gotten through. Not quite. Let's see, as they come through in towards turn number 8, behind them, Max Sidursky is very much there or thereabouts. Who was that round the outside? Maximov, no surprise there. He does like taking risks, does Boaz, especially when it's round the outside. He used to do that quite a lot prolifically as a Minimax driver. It's good to see that some things never change. But at the moment, Jack West, come rain or come shine, especially when he's been doing a lot of running down in the west of the country, in the west of the UK, down by Clay Pigeon, not too far outside of Dorset in the United Kingdom. Fantastic short track, but a very difficult circuit to master in the wet weather. Tom Streller nearly has Cameron Nelson up the inside to go through. Streller wrestling with the steering wheel. It nearly opens up the opportunity, and it does for Cameron Nelson. Does he get through at 5? He does not. And it's nearly 3 wide between Sidursky, Maximov and Van Wyk coming out of turn number 6. And look at the spray. The peripheral vision is compromised significantly. When raindrops hit the visor, it's a lot. It feels a lot more impactful than it actually does. But in the meantime, that was Boris Maximov around the outside at turn 8 on Cameron Nelson, and now the Bouvin Power driver. Oh dear, that's not going to end well with Van Wyk. He's just gone cutting the grass with the front bumper, and that's going to... Oh, Cameron Nelson and Max Sidursky nearly make it 4 wide. Oh, Jacob Woods does, and he's done 3 for 1. What a move from Jacob Woods. I cannot believe what I've just seen. The Brit went high, wide, round the outside, got 3 for the price of 1 on the run down to turn 12. That was echoes of Clayton Ravenscroft back at the season finale in 2018. However, it's all changed at the front end of the field. Oh, and Maximov and Streller were wheel to wheel. Maximov goes off. Jack West, chronic understeer for the 292 for KR Sport. He holds on to P2 at the moment. But I have to say, move of the year by Jacob Woods from Sam Pollitt Racing. How you manage that, I have no comprehension, but it was an absolute perler. Oh dear, more comings together. Max Sidursky and Cameron Nelson out of 8. Oh, dearie, dearie me. The unpredictability, the wet weather has definitely thrown the cat amongst the proverbial pigeons here in Junior Road Tax. AJ Berggraff, unfortunately, out on lap 2. But now it is Tom Streller who is leading the way. The 238 from Marupi, just outside of the capital city of Latvia, Riga, is up from 26 now first. Boris Maximov, second. Jack West, third. Jacob Woods, up from... Well, it's now fourth because Jack West is... Oh, dear, who was that? That was Van Wyk, lost it. Coming out of 4 and Woods got through. But this is really good to see that a team I know of through the UK karting scene, Sam Pollitt Racing. I've known a few drivers who have run with them as well over the years. And for them to bring some of their drivers over, it's really, really added a nice little bit of a spice to the mix. But Jacob Woods back through on Thijs van Wijk out of turn number 8. We're down to the last minute and 10, plus an additional lap to go. There is Vlad Tominchuk, the 224 from the UK, running with KR Sports, running 6. Callum Sims, Isaac Barker, Ollie Wise, and Max Sadursky ran at the top 10. Mate Kobahidze up 13 places to 14th. Oh, right. 2-2-1. Jim back. 3-second time penalty for going 1 to 2 wheels outside of the corridor. But there is Jacob Woods. Is that through on Jack West? Was, but not quite. And that would have been for 3rd place. Well, some really standout driving, especially with some of the drivers who have effectively come in as guest starters for this weekend. But now Woods has the run on West. West trying to shut the door before turn 7. Woods decides, you know what, I'm not going to fight this. I've got to make sure that I keep the car in one piece so I don't incur the wrath of my boss, my team boss, and also my mechanic. That's one thing. So now into turn number 9. West a little bit wider. Was that like a Callum Bradshaw from PF International Cooey, or was that just? I think that might have been using the back of his hand to wipe his visor, because there's a lot of spray. Right, 1 lap to go, and at the minute, well, Tom Strella from 26th on the grid leads the way by 1.5 seconds ahead of the man that he was trying to beat for the Euro Trophy Minimax title a couple of years ago at Marienborg. As well, Woods and West wheel to wheel through 3. Van Wijk trying to push the issue himself, but Woods keeps it pinned round the outside at 4. That's why I like the wet weather conditions. That's why a lot of drivers from the UK, if you come over here, right, we have got a kart stationary, and that is off of turn number 6. Can't quite pick out who that is, but I'll wait for the live timing to adjust. Meantime, Vlad Tominchuk trying to get the elbows out with Thijs van Wijk, and also, well, there's Max Sadursky along with Isaac Barker. So who is the driver? That is the big question that's stuck on the outskirts of turn number 6. However, well, I thought there were some movers in the order today. Here's the biggest one up the order. 25 places to race victory. Here in Heat 2, Tom Strella takes the win by nearly 2 seconds ahead of Heat 1 winner Jack West. Oh no, Boaz Maximal. Jack West, Heat 1 winner, takes P3. Jacob Woods, the 280, takes 4th ahead of Thijs van Wijk, Isaac Barker, Max Sadursky, Vlad Tominchuk, Ollie Wise finishes 9th ahead of Cam Nelson. Will Archer, Callum Sims, Ryan Gandor, Lars Lambers, Jacob Ashcroft finishes 15th ahead of Matthias Jaderup, Ava Morris, Tom Hedger, Harry Freeman, Casper Nissen, Nicolas Machon and Mate Kobahidze ran at the top 22. Jim Back, Daniel Minto, Silas Nicolaisen, Blan van der Weken, Samir Paul and Lieke van Berkel round out the 28 strong finishers. And AJ Bergeraff out on the, I think that might be him off of turn number 6. But, well, that's West 1, Strela 1. Who's going to pick up the heat win in number 3 later on today? Time to take you through the grid for DD2 and DD2 Masters Heat number 2. Same as it was earlier on today. Heat 1 will be the same for Heat 3 later on. Nicola Guillaume and Nikita Genza will start on the front row. Imke Arts and Frederick Zebis will be on row 2. Lewis Koch and Wood Kersens ran out the top 3 rows. Christophe Capitan once again starts from DD2 Masters pole position on the inside of row 4. He'll be joined by the Netherlands' Luca Neuenhausen. Carl Klibor joined by Mats Johan Overhoff, and they ran out the top 10. Will Ellswood and Jordi Klibor ran out the top 6 rows, ahead of Dylan Lahaye, Alex Fielenbach, Michael Becker, Sem Knopfius, Axel Hoos, Maximilian Adolf and Maxim Shaposhnikov rounding out the 19-strong grid. Axel Sarniala once again declared a non-starter, still not feeling 100%. But Nikita Genza took the win in the first heat earlier on by just over half a second from Frederick Zebis. Imke Arts rounded out the top 3, covered by under 9 tenths. The gap was going down and down between Zebis and Genza, and Arts going along for the ride as well. Knopfius ahead of Koch. Then we had Christophe Capitan taking a win in Masters, 6th place, ahead of Kirstens and Carl Klibor. Luca Neuenhausen, Michael Becker running out the top 10. Mats Overhoff, Axel Hoos, Nicola Guillaume, Jordi Klibor, Alex Fielenbach, Maximilian Adolf, Maxim Shaposhnikov. Then we had Dylan Lahaye retiring on lap 5, Will Ellswood lap 2. And then we had Mats Johan Overhoff, Jordi Klibor, Axel Hoos. Then we also had Nicola Guillaume and Alex Fielenbach, all getting a 5-second time penalty post-race for front fairings. So we'll see how things transpire with the different sets of weather conditions here at Genk. But once again, it'll be 10 minutes on the timer plus 1 additional lap. And there are still more dark grey clouds off of turn number 12. I've just been having a look at how the weather's been changing around the circuit over the course of the brief break between Junior Rotax Heat 2 and DD2 and Masters Heat number 2. They look a lot darker over there. They're getting a little bit perturbed by it, but the drivers normally know that when you come to the end of a BNL Karting Series season, I remember Zanosha Black, David Remy, and Dionysus Liveris. 3 drivers that were competing for the title that year, and it was a deluge in the final on Sunday, and we had the lead change 8 times by turn 8, lap 1. However, it was not a deluge. Well, it's not a deluge now. We've got sunshine again, but drivers will be on wet weather tyres, but the dry line is starting to emerge again through what's been happening. Revs rise, lights are out. So Guillaume leads the way. Arts up into second. Genza keeping it round the outside, but there has been a touch, and that is Frederick Zebis around and off at turn 2. So I don't know if that might have been a touch, possibly by Neuenhausen in the 488. Didn't really catch it, but I am keeping an eye on what's been happening through the YouTube stream. 155 of you watching at the moment. Thank you very much for joining us. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they just navigate this, because it's not easy in these wet weather conditions. So I think it might have been Christophe Capitan that caused the incident. Yes, it was. It was Christophe Capitan that inadvertently hit the back end of Frederick Zebis, who's got 9 minutes, let's not forget, plus an additional lap to try and claw that time back. Now, in these wet weather conditions, things can be overcome a little bit easier, but in dry weather conditions, he would be left standing. So, Genza leads after lap 1 by 2.1 seconds. Nicolas Guillaume in second. Will Ellswood has just got through on Imke Arts. That is for position. Obviously, Will Ellswood preparing for the preparing on a Birol Art chassis. Imke Arts battling for the opportunity to get a ticket. Oh, careful. Now, who was that? That was Lewis Koch. And I think, well, I tried to keep an eye on who was behind. I'm trying to make out the livery. I think it might be Will Ellswood. Let's just see. Yes, it is Will Ellswood, 417, the man from the UK. Slight touch between the pair. They're both still circulating. Dylan LaHaye, well, he knows this circuit like the back of his hand. I hate to think how many thousands of laps he's been around on this circuit. However, Dylan LaHaye up 6 places. Will Ellswood up 6 places. Frederick Zebis, where is he now? Well, he's got past Shaposhnikov. So Christophe Capitan drops to 7th. Michael Becker gets through on Carl Klebor. That is for 2nd in Masters. Christophe Capitan's just got to be very, very careful how he negotiates the circuit. More to the point, can he keep the likes of Carl Klebor and Michael Becker at bay? Well, the proof is yet to be seen in the pudding. And by that I mean we haven't found out a resolution to that quite yet. So we've got just over 3 minutes of the race completed so far here in Heat 2 out of 3. Brandon Klein-Nagelvor, stop whining on the stream. Where's my hero, Sem Knopfler? Well, Sem is currently 15th. He's only made up 1 place so far. So we have got sunshine on the majority of the circuit. We have got that foreboding grey dark cloud that for you watching at home on your screen is out of shot. It's actually behind that camera and it is moving across the start-finish straight again. But there is an attempted move by Mats Johan Overhoff through on DD2 Masters class leader Christophe Capitan, who's got Wout Kirstens. And then behind, I spy with my little eye. Now, is that Carl Klebor in front of Michael Becker? Yes, it is. So, we have a change for 2nd. Meantime, Imke Arts looking to get through. That would have been on Lewis Koch from Germany. So we still have just over 5.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. So Mika Neuenhausen all the way down to stone dead last for the 488 from Brand Racing. Run by a man known very well in the locality and also in the Netherlands and in Germany and in global karting. Danny Brand, now based out of the Emirates. And also, I have to give Sem Knopfler a little shout out. Yesterday during free practice, well, Sem actually had a, well, someone in the Knopfler's family, Sem, you might have to correct me, I'm not too sure if it's yours, but Guy Sheffield from Alain Raceway would have been proud of it because it was a Team UAE Grand Finals race suit I spotted. So, 4 minutes and 40 still to go. Drivers now making their way down the famed Europalan. And I spot Mats Johan Overhoff behind Imke Arts, who still is behind Lewis Koch. No surprise here. Fastest lap of the race, Nikita Genza for that's a 1:11.433. Alex Fielenbach has just copped a 3-second time penalty for 1 or 2 wheels outside of the tram lines. And where is Fielenbach at the moment? 17th at the moment, but as I said, he's not on the usual OTK that he would run. But in the meantime, Wout Kirsten's trying to dive up the inside of Carl Klebor through turn 12. Doesn't get the job done. Slots back in behind the 540. Nickname of, well, I used to call him the fastest baker in Flanders, but then I realised that was too long. And De Bakker sounds a bit more topical, sounds a bit more Flemish. And, you know, I said to him, what do you think? And he said, I like the second one better, and it stuck. But Carl is a baker by trade. As Wout Kirsten's trying to use the inside of the curbing, but look at the run that Carl Klebor's going to get around the outside. Easily done by the 540. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort, yeah, Sem Knopfius has such a good wetsuit. Probably it is the Team UAE, probably the Team UAE suit. I'm not too sure. I might have to speak to Sem a little bit later on. Meantime, Fredrik Zebis is siding his way through the field. He's just got past, I think that is Jordi Klebor, as Genk crosses the line again on lap 6. And another new fastest lap by the German, the 4:07. His lead now, 5.5 seconds and climbing. That's Johan Overhoff trying to look for a move up the inside. That's through on Imke Arts. Oh, and who's dropped it? Will Ellswood went off at turn 2. The Briton on the Birrell Arts making a big mistake there. And now, well, incoming, because the wind has significantly increased on the start-finish straight. It's blowing the XPS, Rotax Mojo and STX motorhome banners on the start-finish straight quite significantly, along with the national flags that are adorned on the run out of turn 12 and all towards turn 6 on the Europalan on the left-hand side of the circuit, if you're looking at it from my perspective. And that means that rain could be inbound very, very shortly. That's very, very dark and menacing up above. There you go. Darkness starting to surround the circuit. I've got a suspecting feeling that it's going to come down any second. So, a minute and a half to go. You can see now that, look at, if you just copped an eye of it, they'll come through turn 3 now. And yes, the wind has really, really picked up here. 17 kilometers an hour, 75% chance of possible rain inbound, and we are just before 3 o'clock local time. Mats Johan Overhoff again. Tries to look through on the inside of Imke Arts, this time through at turn 6 onto the Europalan. We've got less than 60 seconds to go now. Where is our race leader at the minute? There he is, coming out of turn number 9. So down in towards Cafe Corner at turn 10 comes Nikita Genza, the 4:07 from Dale Motorsport. So we are now on to our penultimate lap of this race. So 30 seconds is when Genza crossed the line. Gives us 2 laps. 2.72 kilometers of racing still to go. And Guillaume second. Koch holding on to what could be a really good finish for him. As Overhoff again looks to the inside here at turn number 2. On Imke Arts, he gets through, but will Arts get the return? Yes. Nice work there by Imke Arts, just to straight line the car, use a bit of throttle. Yeah, there was a little bit of sidewall banging, but it was not intentional there. Through into turn 6, we now have had the timer expire here in this second heat, the DD2 and DD2 Masters. At the moment, Nikita Genza looking to make it 2 for 2. And at the minutes, it's going to be Carl Klebor that is on course to a race win in the DD2 Masters side of things. Right now, for the incident with Fredrik Zebis, Christoph Kapitan has just been given a 5-second time penalty for pushing. But last lap is underway as the darkness surrounds the home of champions with the dark grey cloud cover up above. We have not long left in this race, and then we've got our last second heat of the weekend, which will be our senior Rotax drivers. 34 drivers already down in the dummy grid as we speak. The pre-grid actually closes in 20 seconds for that class. But Nikita Genza has done exactly what he's set out to do. Lead from the front and be relatively unchallenged. And that looks to be the case because no one else will beat him. That will effectively mean that Nikita Genza will be the de facto ranking after heats leader no matter where he places, because he's already got what will now be his second win So Nikita Genza calmly steers it right, lets the carts go through the chronic understeer out of the final corner. Genza makes it 2 for 2 here at Genk. And then P2, Nicolas Guillaume. Third place is going to go the way of Louis Koch. That's a great run for the 405, 408, finishing ahead of him. Mats Johan Overhoff takes 5th ahead of Will Ellswood. Carl Klebor takes 7th, and with it, DD2 Masters class victory ahead of Frederick Zevis. Christophe Capitan, that is a 3-second penalty he's going to get, and that is going to drop him to 13th by my reckoning. So that'll put Wout Kirstens up tonight. Axel Hoos, Jordi Klebo and Sam Knopfius. Christophe Capitan will finish 13th, approximately ahead of Maximilian Adolf. Alex Fielenbach will drop down 1 place to 16th behind Luca Neuenhausen, with Michael Becker. Christophe Capitan has just been dropped as a 5-second penalty. It's dropped him to 16th. Shaposhnikov completes the race. Dylan LaHaye out again. No luck for him. Lap 6, and Axel Sarniala a non-starter. So still awaiting for official results to come through for Senior Heat 1, but we'll take you through the grid for Senior Rotax Heat number 2. Macaulay Bishop and Armand Hamilton will start on the front row. Hamilton did provisionally take the win in Senior Heat 1 as the rain is starting to come down again here at the home of champions. Lloyd Hare and Jaden Teen, row 2. Robbie Stordare and Archie Buttle, row 3. Paul Hamburg and Van Pomp, row 4. Jod van Wijk and Lado Guanidze ran at the top 10. Dante Simmer, Sebastian Koch, Martin Gaiskens, Boluette, Lawrence Herbose, Danny Shields, Freddie Ingram, Vic Stevens, Lex Quintons and Zach Heslop round out the top 20. Then, completing the order, Ralph and Mika van der Pavert, Matera Denkovic, Rein Vandermeer, Sam Bergstein, Ton Langlois, Marta Spike, Scott Westhovens, Benjamin Van Hees, Rashid Ghanem, Ollie Yonkers, Sverre Ubben, Luca Brima. The 301 from KR Sport representing the UK, Oakley Pryor, a non-starter on this particular occasion. So after this race, we'll have 4 more to go, and then we will conclude the racing action for today here at the Home of Champions. Of course, every result called by myself up here in commentary is pending, well, is provisional, pending any sporting or technical checks post-race. This is just so at least I give you the absolute up-to-date information that I can through the sources available to myself. But don't forget, if you want to follow live timing and you are watching on multiple screens at home, yes, there are some of you nerds out there that always find that the more screens the merrier. That is very, very true. I work with a triple setup of monitors at home. So, yeah, the more information you can get, especially if you are a die-hard aficionado of the sport of karting, then props to you for doing so. Right, 10 minutes plus an additional lap for the penultimate heat for Senior Rotax for 2024. Bishop and Hamilton on the front row. Hare and Teen, row 2. Row 3, Stordare and Buttle. Hamburg and Plomp round row 5. Van Wijk, Guanidze, Plomp, row 4. Van Wijk, Guanidze, row 5. Simon Koch, row 6. Row 7, Gaiskens, Loette. Row 7. Row 8, Herbose and Shields, Ingram and Stevens, row 9, Quintons and Heslop ran at the top 20. The Van der Pavert brothers, elder one Ralph on the inside of row number 11 alongside younger brother Mika. Radenkovic, Vandermeer, Bergstein, Langlois, Spike, Westhovens, Van Hees, Ghanem, Yonkers, Ubben and Brima. That is your grid. Rain still at the same intensity as it started coming down just a handful of minutes ago. But with the red lights on the gantry, let's see what happens over 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing into the tram lines. Revs rise, lights are out. Good start by Macaulay Bishop. And while Armand Hamilton slots in behind, everyone's trying to do their thing. Jaden Teen trying to throw it high wide around the outside. Oh, couple of carts off, one of which I think was the 321. Martin Gaiskens starting mid-pack. However, there is now there's a KR Sport kart that has just got my interest, and that I think was Archie Buttle, 322. So that rain is still coming down at the same mitigated intensity. But at the moment, it is about, you are treading on eggshells. It's like skating on an ice rink at the moment. And more to the point, how can it be that some drivers decide, well, you know what, I'm going to throw caution to the wind? You know, and sometimes in this particular perspective, you know it's the last race of the season, last race weekend of the season. You've just got to be careful. That's easier said than done. But after the opening lap, it's Hoddesdon's Macaulay Bishop from Dan Holland Racing that leads the way. Jaden Teen second, Archie Buttle third. Jort van Wijk up 6 places on the opening lap, and from 10th now currently 4th, chasing down Buttle. Hamilton down to 5th, Stordare 6th. Freddie Ingram has come from absolutely nowhere. He's come from right nearly smack bang in the middle, 18th place, and he's up 11 spots and currently sits in 7th, ahead of Paul Hamburg. Boluette up from 15th, now 9th. Lloyd Hare down 7 from 3rd and is currently 10th. And as you can see, that rain is not dissipating. It is coming down and the intensity is increasing. More to the point, it's going to be the case of who is going to be the best in these conditions. That's the case of these drivers and also us watching from the sidelines how that is going to proceed. So, fastest lap of the race, Jaden Teen, and he is closing on Macaulay Bishop. The gap was nearly 0.4 of a second last time around. It is now 0.23. Fastest lap by Teen at the moment, 1 minute 11.982. There's about a kart length and a bit. There is going to be, oh, dearie me. Now, who is that trying to get through on Archie Buttle? I think that might have been Jort van Wyk. Robbie Storder got a little bit of a touch. Well, it was more of a hip check than a slight touch. Meantime, the two leaders coming out of turn 6 onto the Europelan once again. And T looking for the move up the inside. Does he? No. Thinks better of it. Good call there by Jaden Teen to not cause himself any possible problems. However, who is currently 3rd at the moment? It may be, well, that is going to be, I've got a feeling it's either going to be Jort van Wyk or Robbie Storder that currently is running in 3rd place, because, well, it's Van Wyk that's currently 3rd. Who's 4th? Hamilton. 5th is Buttle. Lap 3 now completed as Macaulay Bishop, under braking, makes the tail end of the Lando Norris of the LN kart underneath him. Pitch out to the left side. Jaden Teen trying to wind things up. Rain van der Meer and Ralph van der Pavert have also dropped. Van der Pavert all the way down to 33rd and stone dead last. But with 5 minutes and 40 seconds still to go on the timer, plus an additional lap, it is about watching your step, how you accelerate, how you brake, how you turn the steering wheel. That rain's really coming down now. I think these drivers are going to be saying, you know what, as soon as I can get out of this wetsuit, I'll be a very, very happy person. But they've got to remember that they've still got another trip into it, and they'll be closing off the show at 4:25 this afternoon, which is in about an hour and 10 minutes time. Meanwhile, still they're going to be very, very careful about the racing lines. If you take the traditional racing line, it's not going to give you the absolute 100% purchase, because sometimes in these wet weather conditions you will find grip where you wouldn't normally find it when the circuit was dry. That's very much case in point here. And Sverre Ubben has pulled the car. Oh no, Sverre Ubben I think might be at the back of the field, or no, that's Marta Spike. Normally runs with RM Latvia over in her native land, running with the Sodi kart. But Sverre Ubben has dropped to the bottom of the field. Marta Spike bringing up the rear of the field in the number 361, the young lady from Latvia. Bishop and Teen have been inseparable. Teen has the fastest lap in his pocket, 1 minute 11.982, and still you can just see how awash with wet weather this circuit is. It is like a powder keg. But, however, Lawrence Herbose now makes his way through. That would have been on Paul Hamburg. Mateo Denkovic not too far behind either. Number 333. Started 24th, now currently 10th at the moment. And still, with these weather conditions the way that they really are testing all and sundry. And, well, the 341 Lloyd Hare, for the Racing Evolution squad, who is in a battle for position out on the road. Currently sitting in 12th place, so just on the fringes of the top 10. But with 2 minutes and 30 to go. Look at the spray, and it's darkening. The cloud cover up above, just off of Marshall Post 7 and here in turn 12, is significantly darker than I would have possibly anticipated. However, scramble up towards turn number 6 once again. And who is that with? That is the 369, Freddie Ingram. Taylor Denkovic manages to get the crossover through out of turn 6 and then managed to make the move before the run down into turn 7. There's one driver that seems to be struggling with snap-on oversteer. Basically, you turn the cart and it just rotates the other way. It's not what you quite want in these weather conditions. As they say, it ain't over till it's over. And at the moment, Corley Bishop leading Jaden Teen by just over 6/10, I think it was. Oh, but a real robust manoeuvre by Lawrence Herbose through turns 3 and 4 on Archie Buttle. Means that the 322 running with KR Sport this weekend is having to fight the tooth and nail for every point, every opportunity that you can. Still some side-by-side actions happening through turn number 8. It might have been Sam Bergstein or someone else, but right, 2 more laps remain, 2 to go. So the timer has now expired. Next time round, our race leader, Corley Bishop, will see the final lap board, and that'll be the sign that he'll be waiting to see, I'm sure. The last lap is now about to get underway, courtesy of Germany's Nikita Genzer. He crosses the line. Leaders making their way through the triple left-hander chicane once again. We still have some interesting battles towards the end of the race, but we are on the final lap. I have to say, really been enjoying the dynamic of teaming up Well, I worked within one particular point, and he was appointed to do that. And he said, yeah, but one of the things I want to do is just go racing. That's what I'm here for. But it is going to be Macaulay Bishop that takes the win in that one. 0.16 ahead of teammates from DHR. Jort van Weikenarm and Hamilton ran at the top 4 rows. The top 4 ahead of Vic Stevens, Robbie Stauder, Lawrence Herbos, Archie Buttle, Mateo Denkovic starting 24th, finishing 9th. Ahead of Boulouettes, Freddie Ingram, Sam Bergstein, Ollie Yonkers, Paul Hamburg, Sebastian Koch, Rashid Ghanem, Lloyd Hare, Danny Shields, Scott Westovens, Martin Gaskins running at the top 20. Zach Heslop, Brown Pomp, Tom Langlois, Luca Prima, Ladoko Anice, Mika van der Pavet, Dante Sima, Lex Quintens, Elaine van der Meer. Now let's take you through the grid for the last mini and mini rookie heat of the 2024 season. On pole, well, one win for Vince van der Hollen, who starts on the inside. Joining him on the front row is the driver that won Heat 2, Michal Zayak from Poland. Jeff Verbeek and Jensen Chalk make up row number 2, ahead of Jack Freeman, Benedictas Masiokas, Vic van Kampenhout, Max Jolly, Victor Reutz, Arthur Ferro, Maria Roberto, Albert Ferro, with Pauline van Preet, Tristan Aviles and Theo Steindal rounding up the top 15. Leon Herbos, Taffin Iskanen, Klaus Hans, Dejan Habits, Ryan Rampadarath, Ronald Venter and Plamen Georgiev. The only driver to pick up a penalty was Maria Roberto, taking a 5-second penalty for a front fairing out of position. So after this, we're going to have 3 more races to go before the dust settles ahead of Championship Sunday tomorrow morning. And what's more, it is going to be an exciting Championship Sunday. More to the point, it's one that everyone has an anticipation for, myself included, but more particularly to the fact that championships will be completed. And more to the point, when can you start watching the action? Well, in about 18 hours time, at 10:20 is when we'll go live. Tomorrow morning, the first of the races will be the Mini, Max and Rookie Superheat at 10:30 tomorrow local time. As you can see, the rain is like going, yep, we're going to keep on falling. And it has dropped the temperature as well. Wind speed has increased 16 kilometers per hour to the southeast. 87% humidity, 75% chance of the fact that the rain will continue as it is, and 10 degrees Celsius, exactly the same temperature that we had when we started with timed qualifying at 10:30 local time this morning. So let's get ready for one final time on Saturday Heats Day. Out of the tram lines, into the corridors they go. Lights are out and a deluge of spray exonerates itself behind the Mini-Max field as they head into turns 1 and 2 on the opening time. Arthur Ferro's dropped all the way down to last. I think maybe has just started from the dummy grid. But Victor Reutz round the outside at turn number 3. That's third place for the 176 from SP Motorsport. Great work there by Victor Reutz, as he's going to make it nearly 3 wide coming out of turn number 6 in the battle for P2. Vince van der Hollen, however, has gotten an initial advantage as the field negotiates its way through turn number 7, through 8. It's getting a little bit wide at points. No lap 1, turn 2 spin for Max Jolly on this particular occasion. The young man from Hunter Motorsport, owned and operated by by Reese Hunter. Brother Kai is also here this weekend. Kai, who has been running with Rollinson Performance Group this year over in the US, said, I've really been enjoying it. So it's good to see that some of the talents, of course, Kai Hunter, last year's BNL champion in senior road tax, having followed in the footsteps of Kai Rilats. Sean Butcher, who's still racing, but Sean is here in a more official behind-the-scenes capacity at KR Sport. Shout out to his dad, Glenn, over in London. But at the moment, Vince van der Hollen leads the way. Jensen Chalk now second. Victor Reutz is third. Vic van Kampenhout fourth. Michael Zayak, Jeff Verbeek, Jack Freeman round out the top 7. Max Jolly, Maria Roberto, Albert Ferro and Benedictas Masiokas. That makes it 6 out of the top 11 being from the United Kingdom. Klaus Hans has made it up 6 places from 18th on the grid as Vic van Kampenhout is trying to get through on Michael Zayak. Now that is a battle for 4th place. So from Klaus Hans we've got Theo Steindal up 2 places to 13th, Pauline van Pleet, Leon Herboz, Ryan Rampadana up 4 places now from 20th to 16th. 4.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap in this last mini max heat of the weekend. Now, the big question is that if Vince van der Hollen, who has finished 1st and 2nd, he wins this race and it's confirmed, van der Hollen will take the maximum score of 55 points in the ranking after heats following on to today, from today's action. So there is a distinct possibility that he will have that score to his credit. Vic van Kampenhout got a little touch from behind in the wet conditions as Michael Zayak. And that was a bit close for comfort there. Vic van Kampenhout and Michael Zayak, I think, nearly had a moment down the Europalan at about the best part of over 85 kilometres an hour whilst accelerating down into turn 7. So these drivers are really, really having to keep an eye on how they negotiate the circuit, because it is far, far from easy. There's standing water puddles all over the place. And you've just got to be prepared to put it on the line. However, at the moment, Jensen Chalk is now with Vince van der Hollen. Michael Zayak has now dropped to 6th behind Jeff Verbeek. So at the moment, I think if van der Hollen finishes behind Chalk, he's safe. That's all I'm saying on that one. But Jensen Chalk, who has been the points leader, really got the wind up everybody else's sails, did young Jensen. He's not as young as the pipsqueak he used to be. Mark Baines will attest to that. Greetings to Dubai, by the way, Mr. Baines. Hope you're keeping well over there. You got your facts of 50 on the go. So Vince van der Hollen, in some respects, would have the opportunity to close the gap. But then also you have to take, when we go into the final intermediate classification, following on from the superheats tomorrow lunchtime, that is when the points will be, I will recalculate the points. I'm going to add them up tonight, as I would normally do after everything's finished and everything's confirmed. But Jensen Chalk, that's a sweet little move. Van der Hollen struggled for traction. Chalk went, see you later, bye. Right, 3-second time penalty for number 30, Theo Steindal. 3-second time penalty, that is for breaking the formation with 1 or 2 wheels outside of the tram line. So the young Norwegian gets a little slap on the wrist, I'm afraid. So that just goes to show how quickly an effort that you can make in a race, and then all of a sudden it just goes horribly, horribly wrong. We're down to the final minute and 10 seconds, plus an additional lap, but Vince van der Hollen will effectively book himself on pole position for the superheat tomorrow. Now, bearing in mind, the points allocated, as in after each stage, are depending on where you sit in the results after each. So like qualifying heats, that will be after the heats on Saturday. Final intermediate classification, that is the combination of your point score from the qualifying heats and the superheat combined. Then, if you are the winner of the final, it's a 55-point pickup. Right, another penalty coming in. 3 seconds to... looks to be Dejan Habits. That'll be another driver that has circumvented the race start, as in breaking formation. So we're on to our penultimate lap of this race. Fastest lap so far, Jensen Chalk, 1:18.932. But at the moment, Van der Harlen, sitting pretty in second, has an opportunity to now take another maximum score. And looking at it from this perspective, Jensen Chalk has been on an unbeaten run since the final at Marienborg at round 2. Van der Harlen has taken 2 maximum scores. So Victor Reutz has taken a maximum score. Qualifying heats leader at round 1 at Genk. Michael Zayak was leading after qualifying heats added with the super heats at round 1. And one other driver who only took part in the opening round of the season won the final. Oliver Warner, the 1:23. So Jensen Chalk, in terms of first place finishes or maximum scores, has had the best of anybody. So last lap underway. Well, Jensen Chalk is leading, and his lead is now 1.3 seconds over Vince van der Harlen from Belgium. Max Jolly now up to 6th place, past Jeff Verbeek. Who we got running at the top 10? Maria Roberto and Benedictas Masiokas. So again, just showing strength in wet weather conditions. Some drivers love it, some drivers hate it. Don't go and ask Mike Van Vugt. He'll know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not going to talk about a certain incident in Bavaria, Michael. I won't do that to you, and I won't do that on air. But Jensen Chalk, however, makes his way steadily through. A young man from Wootton Under Edge. Dad runs his own used car specialist dealership. Very hard-working man, but also makes time for his son. It's always great to see. But it's 3 different winners from 3 different heats. Van der Harlen Heat 1, Zayak Heat 2. Now, add to that list the Grand Festival winner of 2024, Jensen Chalk, to that. And with a 2nd place finish, Vince van der Harlen provisionally books himself on pole position for tomorrow morning's Super Heat. 3rd, Victor Reutz. 4th, Michael Zayak. Max Jolly takes 5th away from Vic van Kampenhout in the dying stages. Jeff Verbeek, Jack Freeman, Maria Roberto, Theo Steindahl, Klaus Hans, Benedictas Masiokas, Pauline Van Preet, Albert Farrow, Leon Herbos, Tafin Iskaden, Tristan Abeels, Blaman Georgiev, Ryan Rampadarath, Dean Habits, and just waiting, here he is, the number 5, representing South Africa. Ronald Venter makes it across the line to complete the race, and unfortunately, well, Arthur Farrow, I don't think even made it to the start. But there you go, 3 different winners from 3 different heats. With Van der Harlen provisionally your pole sitter for the Super Heat tomorrow morning. So 3 races to go, including this one. And let's have a look at the starting grid. Jack West, once again, will start from pole position. Alongside him will be Cameron Nelson on the front row. Tom Streller and Thijs van Wijk will start from the next row on the grid. Isaac Barker and Boz Maximov next up will be after them. Callum Sims, Max Sadurski, Vlad Tomanchuk, Mate Kopahidze. Oh, we've had one go off. Who is that off of turn 12? I think that might... That has got a 2 and a 1 at the front of it, front and the rear of it. I think that is... Oh, that's Mate Kopahidze, who's just dropped it coming out of turn 12. So has spun, due to start P10. Then you've got Jacob Ashcroft, Jacob Woods, Harry Freeman, Tom Hager, Matthias Jellerup, Jim Back, AJ Bergdorf, Ryan Gandor, Ollie Wise, Daniel Minto, Lieke van Berkel, Lars Lambers, Will Archer, Samir Paul, Nicolas Machon. Then we've got Casper Nissen, Van der Weken, Salas Nicolaisen and Ava Morris rounding out the grid. So, race 2 went the way of Tom Streller, with Boz Maximov taking second, Jack West third, Isaac Barker taking P4 ahead of Ollie Wise, Cameron Nelson and Ryan Gandor rounded out the top 7 places in the finishing order, ahead of Jacob Woods, Thijs van Wijk, Max Sadurski, Vlad Tomanchuk. Several drivers got penalties. 2-2-1, Jim Back got a 3-second time penalty for breaking formation with maximum of 2 wheels outside of the tram lines. 3 drivers got a 5-second time penalty for pushing, one of which was Lars Lambers. Thijs van Wijk also got it, so did Will Archer. Front fairing penalties for 12 drivers. Boz Maximov. Then we also had Jacob Woods. 297 Max Sadurski, 224 in that one. Vlad Tomanchuk, 210, 222. So Jacob Ashcroft being one, Matthias Jellerup being the other. Then the 206, 216. So Tom Hager, Callum Sims, Nicolas Machon, then Lieke van Berkel, Mate Kopahidze and also Daniel Minto. So the most amount of front fairing penalties I think I've seen all weekend long. And shout out to Lucas Pernot as well, who's just messaged me in between the races. However, red lights on the gantry for one final time. Into the tram lines, the lights are out, we're underway. Good start by the front row. Also a good start by Streller in P3. However, it's the pinch point here at turn 2. Is everyone going to make it through at the moment? The answer is yes. How about 3? It's getting a bit bunched up outside of the bottom part of the top 10. But they have still made it through. Nelson nearly went off. Well, possibly, or it might have been Van Wijk. Coming out of turn number 5. Oh, but a pile up at 6. Nicolas Machon has got the 279. That's Ava Morris. And there is also Bran van der Weken. Oh, it all went horribly wrong at the back end of the field. Machon trying to... Oh, Machon just absolutely frustrated. I think they all got caught up. Oh, Morris got hit by... Yeah, I just saw that incident back. And Ava Morris got driven into on the right-hand side because it was a traffic jam. Big old traffic jam. Machon, well, couldn't do anything about it. It was unsighted, and Van der Weken into the back of Machon as a direct consequence. However, at the front end of the field, well, Jack West is leading the way, but by only just over 1/10 of a second. However, he's not leading anymore. Thijs van Wijk has got the race lead. Tom Streller in third. Cameron Nelson, Isaac Barker, but that is Jacob Ashcroft. Trying to look up the inside, and Barker just kept it pinned with the throttle down full outside of turn number 4. Incredible bravery there from Isaac Barker. And, well, AJ Bergdorf has retired. Oh, another disaster for the 228 from SP Motorsports. Moved up to juniors last weekend at the final round of the Belgian Max Challenge. A shame, Lucas. Thank you so much for the message on Instagram, buddy. We miss you as well. having to move back over to Canada. Was the man who used to run quite a lot in DD2, funnily enough. Still a category he frequents now, if I remember correctly, through possibly a good friend, Cody Schindel from Canadian CKN, Canadian Karting News. But here comes Tom Strella up the inside on Jack West. Through at turn 2. West is going to get the run. Oh, ho, ho. Nipped through there nice and neatly, but then stumbled over curb at turn 3. So once again, it's just one of our regular one of our regular people behind the scenes, Mr. Shermans. Currently, greetings from Brussels Zandvontem Airport. Yes, I know you're watching. You sent me a picture earlier on. However, change for second again between Tom Strella and Jack West. Now, Jack West at the moment has got a win, a third. Strella won heat number 2. But in heat 1, he placed, where was it? Tom Strella, 23rd. So, the way things are looking, I think it might be the case that Jack West, looking at the results, Jack West, okay, Des Van Wyk. At the moment, Jack West looks to be very much assured, as there is, now who's that being pulled off the circuit? That is the, oh, Matthias Jaderup from Denmark. Oh, that's a real shame. Started in 15th place and walks away from the kart. Looks to be a little bit second-hand, I'm afraid. But Jack West at the moment very much on the cusp of more than likely being on pole position for the Super Heat tomorrow, as Jacob Ashcroft dives up the inside of the 253. Isaac Barker, and there is Boris Maximov closing in as well. Who's that behind him? Tom Heger. Ah, nice move up the order from the German. Currently P8. Started 14th on the grid. So, mechanical black flag for 272, Nicolas Machon from GKS. I would imagine that's probably going to be for the front Nassau panel. May not be safely secured onto the chassis. Cameron Nelson and Jack West battling over third place. Oh, West trying to go around the outside, gets the traction, but Nelson's got the move pretty much sorted out. Got that done through turn 4. West went for the lick the stamp and send it approach, which is get the hammer down and go around the outside. So Nicolas Machon has pulled the kart into the pit lane. A real shame for the 272. Meantime, Isaac Barker, Jacob Ashcroft and Tom Heger closing in on the likes of Boris Maximov, Jack West and Cameron Nelson. So this is the battle from third backwards. Maximov on the back bumper of the 292 from KR Sport. As Jacob Ashcroft nearly gave Isaac Barker a bit of a fright there. Dived up the inside of turn number 11. Ashcroft got compromised through the curbing and then lost all the momentum as a direct correlation. And, well, if Boris Maximov wants to be aggressive like that, he's got to watch his front bumper. He really has, because, yes, he can gesticulate, but a little bit of a... Oh, Maximov is going to try around the outside. Now he's going to try and get the switch back. Good defence there by Jack West. Now through into 6. Oh, Isaac Barker nearly made it 3 wide. West squeezing Maximov to the inside of the Europolan and holds on to the position. Oh, West stumbling over that curb again. Not exactly easy. All sideways from Isaac Barker, but threading the eye of the needle through the pair of them. Whoa! Jacob Ashcroft, nice one there. That's a great move. In the meantime, battle for the race lead. happening through turn number 11. We've got one more lap to go, and it's going to be the battle between Tom Streller, who went round the outside into turn 12, on Thijs van Wijk. Great move there by the Latvian. Last lap board for the heat stages of Junior Rotax for 2024. Cameron Nelson, third. Fourth, Jack West. Boris Maximov now behind Jacob Ashcroft, who's moved up 6 places as Van Wijk tries to get the undercut here on Tom Streller through turns 4 and 5. However, not quite happening. Out of turn 6 for the final time. Halfway through the lap. Go the 2 leaders here on lap 7 out of 7. So 3 more corners to go. Tom Streller looking to take a second successive heat win in a row. But it won't be enough. Finishing outside of the top 20 in the opening heat. It's going to be 2 out of 3 race wins for Tom Streller from Latvia. The 238 from DHR finishes ahead of Boevan Powers, Thijs van Wijk. Third, it's going to be Cameron Nelson. Fourth, it's going to be Jack West. That provisionally might put him. Just looking at Cameron Nelson's previous results. Second in Heat 1 and in Heat 2, 6th. So I've got a possible feeling here. Not 100% sure, but it might be the fact that West will be first in the ranking after Heat's lead. But let's take you through the provisional results for Heat 3 for Junior Rotax. Tom Streller wins by just under 0.6 of a second, ahead of Thijs van Wijk. Cameron Nelson, Jack West, 4th, ahead of Boris Maximov. Jacob Ashcroft, 6th, ahead of Max Sadurski. Tom Hager, Jacob Woods, and Harry Freeman ran out the top 10. Isaac Barker, Casper Nissen, Callum Sims, then we got Vlad Tominchuk, Will Archer, Ollie Wise, Celeste Nicolaisen, Daniel Minto finishes 18th, ahead of Lars Lambers, Ryan Gandor, who complete the top 20. Lieke van Berkel, Bran van der Weken, Samir Paul, Jim Buck, Mate Gobahidze, and Ava Morris ran out the 26 finishers. Lap 3, we lost Nicolas Machon due to a mechanical black flag. Matthias Jererup out on lap 2, turn 9, and AJ Bergerath out on the opening tour. So, time for race 11, heat 3. DD2 and DD2 Masters, here's your starting grid. Nicolas Guillaume will start from pole position. Alongside him will be double heat winner from today, Nikita Genzer from Germany. Imke Arts and Frederick Zebis will line up on row number 2. Louis Koch and Wout Kirstens will complete the top 3 rows. Christophe Capitan will start from DD2 Masters pole in 7th. Alongside him will be Luca Neuenhausen. Karl Kleber and Mats-Johan Overhoff round out the top 10. Ahead of Will Ellswood and Jordi Kleber on row 6. Dylan LaHaye and Alex Fuhlenbach, row 7. Row 8, Michael Becker and Zem Knopiers. Then we got Axel Hoos, Maximilian Adolf and Maxim Shaposhnikov rounding out the 19 strong. Looks like Axel Sarniala again will be a non-starter once more. But so far today, 2 wins for Nikita Genzer in DD2. In Masters, 1 apiece between Christophe Capitan and Karl Kleber. But we have dramas, and that is Dylan LaHaye. Oh, and that was possibly on the left side of the pedal box. Possibly the brakes. He's trying to see if that will work again. It might have been, there might have been a further issue. If it wasn't brakes, it might have been steering column, possibly. However, he's got back underway. So looking at it from this perspective, Nikita Genzer, well, he's won 2 already. No one else can win another race. Well, someone else can win another race in this, but in terms of the positions between Karl Kleber and Christophe Capitan. Christophe Capitan 6th in Heat 1, Karl Kleber 8th. Karl Kleber was 5th in Heat 2, and Capitan was 13th in Heat 2. Heat 2, there were some penalties given out. Alex Fuhlenbach, 1 to 2 wheels out of the tram line, so 3-second time penalty. Insult to injury for the German RMC champion, 5-second front fairing penalty. The incident between Christophe Capitan and Frederick Zebis meant that the former got a 5-second time penalty for pushing. And also some drivers receiving front fairing penalties. Mats-Johan Overhoff being one of them, Imke Arts, Louis Koch, then 424 Maximilian Adolf for RTM Racing Team Margraf, 440 Jordi Kleber and Fuhlenbach, as I've just mentioned. However, can Nikita Genzer be the only driver this weekend to do the clean sweep? Well, that depends on what happens around the 407 from Der Motorsport. So we get set and ready into the tram lines ahead of 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. Revs rise, lights are at a straight away. That was pretty much textbook. And, well, it is now a case of everyone for themselves. Oh, Christophe Capitan was trying to move himself up into possibly 3rd place. He's just been mugged by Wout Kirstens. Oh, who's that going round the outside? Frederick Zebis, take a bow. Oh, my goodness, the Dane train's back again. Well, that just goes to show how quickly things can turn around. However, oh, Dylan LaHaye has had an incident with Will Ellswood. Ellswood's Nassau panel is, well, he's just trying to bang it into place. But, yeah, Dylan LaHaye, oh, it's not gone well for the 428. However, in the meantime, look who's leading. Oh, it's Imke Arts. Imke Arts is leading. Frederick Zebis 2nd. 3rd, Nico Guillaume. 4th, Nikita Genzer. 5th, that is going to be Louis Koch. 6th, Wout Kirstens. 7th, Christophe Capitan. So, well, that just goes to show how quickly things can change. So, Arts now leads the way by nearly a second. Genzer up the inside of Guillaume, that's for 3rd. So, what can be possibly in the works? I don't know. I'm going to wait and find out like the rest of you. However, Lewis Koch, very aggressive up the inside, sent it like he meant it, through on Nicolas Guillaume. Guillaume's back through. Wout Kirstens, tries to get the run on both of them, gets compromised by nearly running into the back. Bit of a push and a dodge and rally there, a pinball wizardry there from Wout Kirstens. Echoes of Timo Scheider, 2016 DTM Red Bull ring. And I know quite a few people will remember the words said by a certain Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich, sheep in house. However, there are positions changing up and down the order. Imkart still leads. Frederik Zebis, fastest lap of anybody. Now 8.8 tenths of a second behind in P2. Nikita Genza third. Lewis Koch fourth. Wout Kirstens fifth. Christophe Capitan sixth. Luca Neuenhausen in sixth. Will Elswood, I'm not at all surprised. That barrel art's probably got significant damage on the front end. Axel Hoos nearly Wout Kirstens nearly goes two wheels completely onto the grass. Off of turn number 5 on the run to 6. He's got Christophe Capitan behind him. Dylan LaHaye is all the way down in 18th place. And, he's quite a way back from the rest of the field, I think. Well, Zem Knopfier's 17th. Maxim Shaposhnikov in the 5:23 up 3 places. Neuenhausen trying to fend off Axel Hoos and Nicolas Guillaume. Well, not Nicolas Guillaume. I think it's Axel Hoos, and that is Carl Clevor behind Axel Hoos in the 4:55. There's also Alex Fielenbach. So Fielenbach getting a good run in the barrel art this time around. And, Alex, one of the younger DD2 Masters drivers. That's old school. That's textbook Carl Clevor in a nutshell. Gets through inside turn 2, lovely jubbly. Now trying to go one better and get through on Luca Neuenhausen. And Neuenhausen springs a little bit wider through out of turn number 6. Clevor unable to respond and get through. Mats Johann Overhoff has pitted. Disaster for the 401 from Marl in Western Germany. So, a retiree, another retirement, 2 from Kraft Motorsport. Big news from Kraft Motorsport that they have picked up the distributor network, I think for Germany, for the Carlos Sainz chassis, the CS55. The Tony Kart, Cosmic, Lando Norris, CS55, and anything else that is aligned with an OTK product has a significant redesign for next year, in mainly reference the Nassau panel. We're now halfway through this race, so running order. Imke Arts leads the way by 8 tenths ahead of Frederik Zevis. Nikita Genza in P3. Lewis Koch 4th, ahead of Wout Kirstens. Christophe Capitan, Luca Neuenhausen, and Carl Clevor. So I would imagine, looking at it from this perspective, I'm just going to look at the scores on the doors with regards to DD2 and DD2 Masters more specifically. Carl Clevor, 36 in Heat 1. Well, Heat 2. And Heat 1, 30. So 66. Christophe Capitan, 34. And 24. So at the moment, Carl Clevor is going to do enough to put himself ahead of Christophe Capitan in the ranking after Heat's lead. A big thank you to Dave and Steffi in timekeeping, who are also keeping me updated with the updated points with regards to this season. Of course, Mini have already had their ranking after Heats confirmed, and what's more, that has now given me an indication of the points differential between the respective drivers that are competing in this category for Mini and Mini Rookie. So as soon as I have any further information, I will update you accordingly, but I will have all that information to hand when we open the stream at 10:20 tomorrow morning, local time here in in the Limburg region of Belgium. And what a wonderful place it is. Come rain, come shine, come snow. Believe you me, I've experienced all three of those weather situations here as well. However, 3 minutes to go. 17 runners and riders. Dylan LaHaye still running. He's down in stone dead last. Lap 2, we lost Mats-Johan Overhoff. The opening lap after an incident with Dylan LaHaye. I only caught the tail end of that, so I don't know if there may be any further ramifications behind the scenes on that one. However, it is still going to be the case of who is going to be able to keep with Nikita Genzer. Now, Imke Arts was 7th in Heat 2. And so it's 50 points for a win in the heats. 44 for second, 41 for third, 38 for fourth. Now, Imke Arts, 32 points for finishing 7th. And currently on 41, so yeah, could be very, very good to see if Imke Arts, I don't think, will be out of the top 3. Nikita Genzer, in the meantime, has decided to stop playing Mr. Goody Two-Shoes at the moment in 3rd place. He's got past Frederick Zebis, who might have had a little bit of a mistake in the meantime. However, with the breeze in the air, no rainfall at the moment, but still very much a slick and very saturated circuit out there. So wet weather tyres, rain suits are de rigueur, just to keep the drivers as dry as humanly possible. Believe you me, the amount of times I've spoken to parents and to drivers, you know, how wet was it out there? God, my race suit and my rain suit needs to dry overnight. But we're now on to lap number 8 of this race. Biggest mover up the order, Axel Hoos, up 7 places. Now up into top 10. Oh, drama for Nicolas Guillaume. Now, he has dropped down to last, so 17th place. That's not good. He's might put him, yeah, it's going to put him significantly down the finishing order in this class, and also that is going to hurt his points tally, more to the point. However, we're going to have 2 more laps to go, and Genzer, he wants a clean sweep. 2 laps to go. Art still leads. Genzer now is 3/10 behind the 4:05 from the Netherlands. And oh, did you notice that? I have not seen that for a very, very long time. Sideways from Genzer through turn 2. It was poetic. It was brilliant. Just spooled the rear wheels up enough to kick the tail end out and not give Imke Arts the opportunity to get through. It was like literally the margin was razor, razor thin. Yeah, bumps on the curb, tail end kicks out to the left. It was like, well, let's have a little bit of fun, shall we? Beautiful move, exquisite kart control from Nikita Genzer. He's going to be one of the people that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on during this year's Grand Finals. Yeah, he took 9 successive maximum scores from Ampfing to Kerpen to Mulzen for the season finale. Genzer was on an absolute tear. Now we're on the last lap of this penultimate heat of the 2024 season. And Nikita Genzer is 1.3 seconds up the road from the Netherlands' Imke Arts. Frederick Zebis in 3rd, Wout Kerstens 4th. Louis Koch rounding out the top 5 ahead of Christophe Capitan, who is ahead of Carl Clerbault by about 2.4 seconds. But basing it on the results, Clerbault will go ahead of Christophe Capitan and will stay in front in the lead for the championship standings. Now that could be quite crucial because Michael Becker has been struggling. Becker had 10th in Heat 1 and 15th in Heat 2. Not how you want to see out your heat stay. But in the meantime, the only driver to make it a clean sweep. Gratulation, Nikita Genzer, 3 from 3. Second, Imke Arts. Third, Frederick Zebis. And then we've got a little bit of a wait, folks. Who's going to be fourth? Congratulations, Wout Kirstens. Top 5 finish for you. Louis Koch takes 5th. Christophe Capitan takes the provisional win in Masters. But by my provisional working out the figures on the points accumulated in the heats, Carl Clebot, who finishes behind him in 7th, will be ahead and will have the points advantage going into Championship Sunday. Jori Clebot, Axel Hoos, Alex Fielenbach, Michael Becker, Sam Knopfjes, Dylan LaHaye, Luca Neuenhausen, Maximilian Adolf, Maxim Shaposhnikov and Nicolas Guillaume round out the 17 finishers. Mats Johanovov, we lost on lap 2. Will Ellswood, after contact with Dylan LaHaye, we lost on the opening lap with Soniola, a non-starter. But Genzer makes it a hat-trick here in Genk. So, for one final time, it's the last heat of the 2024 BNL Karting Series season. It's Senior Rotax, Heat 3, Race 12 of the meeting. Let's take you through the starting grid. On the front row, Macaulay Bishop and Armand Hamilton. Row 2, Lloyd Hare and Jaden Teen. Robbie Storder and Archie Bustle ran out row 3 ahead of Oakley Pryor and Paul Hamburg. Ram Plomp and Jot van Wyk ran out the top 10 ahead of Lado Kohenidze and Dante Simmer row 6. Row 7, Sebastian Koch and Martin Gaiskens. Boluet and Lawrence Harbros ran out row number 8 ahead of Danny Shields, Freddie Ingram, Vic Stevens and Lex Quintons rounding out the top 20. Completing the 34-strong grid are Zach Heslop, Ralph van der Pavet, Mika van der Pavet, Mateo Denkovic, Rein van der Meer, Sam Bergstein, Tom Langlois, Marta Spike, Scott Westovens, Benjamin Van Hees, Rashid Ghanem, Olivier Yonkers, Sverre Ubben, and last but by certainly no means least, Luca Prima. Right, okay, let's cast your minds back, folks. 2 heats. And at the moment, well, the person who's leading the way is not Jaden Teen, it is going to be Macaulay Bishop, as that is the 310. Danny Shields from the UAE has just pulled it to the right-hand side. It's not going any further. That is a real shame for the man who just this year turned 18. Oh, real shame for Danny Shields. It looked like the engine was not working. Possible throttle cable, possible issue with the kart. So Macaulay Bishop so far won Heat 2 and was second in Heat 1. Armand Hamilton won Heat 1, 4th in Heat 2. Jaden Teen, 5th in Heat 1, 2nd in Heat 2. So at the moment, Macaulay Bishop, if he stays, I would think top 3, maybe top 2. He's on pole for the Super Heat tomorrow morning. However, penalties were given out. 10 front fairing penalties and also 1 penalty for pushing. Lawrence Herbro's got a 5-second time penalty for pushing and then got a 5-second time penalty for a front bumper being out of position. So, what can I say about what we're about to experience? Well, you're going to have to join us for the ride because it's going to be a bumpy one. At the moment, Jaden Teen, 4.73. Vic Stevens, 4.54. So Teen starts 4th. Stevens, 19th. Bishop on pole. That's your top 3. So let's get ready to go racing. Let's crank it up to volume number 11. In the words of Spinal Tap, the lights have gone out and we're underway. Oh, and someone slowed. Oh, dear, Sam Bergstein, I think, possibly. Oh, but a big incident at turn 2 already. And who's that? That is... trying to make out the number. It looks to be possibly, it's a 370. Dante Sima. Oh, caught up in the crossfire again for the Dutch driver. And look at the swarm trying to get through out of turn number 6. Delhi just sprays, they accelerate down to 7 off of the Europolon. Oh, and someone's gone backwards off of turn number 7. Oh dear, it's all going a bit Pete Tong in this race, isn't it? Oh dear. Clinkers cheering on Jaden Teen. Well, at the moment, Jaden's still holding his nerve at the moment, but some drivers have not really had the best run of luck. I think maybe a few drivers will be thinking, what on earth was going on there? 332 was sideways. Rein van der Meer's up 9 places. Mika van der Pavet up 9 places. Vic Stevens up 8. Zach Heslop up 8. Boluet has sprung from 15th and is now 5th. Macaulay Bishop leads by a second. It could get a little bit crazy very, very shortly. 369 Freddie Ingram in front of the likes of 341 Lloyd Hare. Oh, Lloyd Hare's gone slightly off coming out of turn number 5. There's 322 Archie Buttle. There's 346 Sverre Ubben. And he's got Freddie Ingram. Oh, he's got Archie Buttle right behind him. There's Freddie Ingram in all of this. Well, that is 397 just behind Rashid Ghanem. Rashid's had a good start in this one as well. Up 18 places, but Sverre Ubben within 1 minute and 20. Actually, make that 2 minutes and 10. He is up. I can't believe I'm going to say this. 22 positions. 22 positions, I kid you not. Sverre Ubben. That is ridiculous. However, at the moment, it's clean sailing at the front end of the field for Hoddeson's very own Macaulay Bishop. He leads after 2 laps ahead of Armand Hamilton. But now that's changed. Jaden Teen now up to P2. Oh, hello, Kitty. Macaulay's mum. So go, Cauley. Love, mum. Great to hear from you. Hope you're keeping well. Robbie Stordeur, 4th. Boluet, 5th. Vic Stevens, now 6th. Freddie Ingram, 7th. Ladokoenidze from Georgia, 8th. Now up 24 places. And we've still got 6 minutes and 50 to go, plus an additional lap. It is Sverre Ubben. Archie Buttle, 10th. Rashid Ghanem from the UAE, up 20 spots, now 11th. Lloyd Hare's dropped to 12th. Scott Westhovens has done a fantastic job at the moment and now is up 16 places up to P13. Great to hear from Lisa Ingram, Freddie's mum, watching along with everybody else. Hope you're keeping well, Lisa. But again, those dark foreboding, oh my goodness me. Can these clouds just go away? I'd like to say words stronger than that, but then I might lose my filter. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that at all. Lex Quintons, however, has dropped off the face of the earth and possibly off of a karting cliff, if you will, down to 12th place. Dante Sima, well, 32nd place. So Dante Sima, 33rd. Okay, so Sverre Ubben is very, very close to getting into the top 7. This is how much it means to these drivers that if you get an opportunity and that turn 2 multi-car incident, and we've got another one at turn 6. Oh, Giorgio Markenstein, Sebastian Koch, and I think I'm trying to catch out who the other person was. I should hopefully know about that very, very shortly, but yeah, it was at turn 6. So again, it just goes to show how quickly things can change. So not exactly how some drivers would want it to work out. As waiting to see. It might have been Benjamin Van Hees, possibly. Oh yes, and Mateo Radenkovic. I don't like it when I see drivers drop down. However, Macaulay Bishop still leading the way. Jaden Teen, new fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 11.992. Third, Armand Hamilton, side by side between Lawrence Herboz and Ladokoenidze. That is a change for 10th place on the road. So there is still an opportunity for positions to be gained in the next 4.5 minutes plus an additional lap. And, well, Oakley Pryor's got to charge his transponder again. But Kitty, so good to hear from you and that you're keeping well. It was lovely to see you at Marienborg earlier on this season. Hopefully it won't be the last time we catch up at some point. Less than 4 minutes to go. And the lead gap is just under 1.2 seconds. Right, changes afoot. Ollie Yonkers through on Scott Westhovens. Meantime, Lawrence Herboz, I think, yep, has just got past on Freddie Ingram. And also on Ladokoenidze. So there are changes happening up and down the order. There is the... there is Freddie Ingram. He's got Sverre Ubben behind him. So Lawrence Herboz is getting through on Archie Buttle. My apologies there. And, well, we have Martin Gaiskens retired. Matej Dankovic retired from the race after that turn 6 four-car incident. But with 2 3/4 minutes left on the timer, plus an additional lap to go in this last heat of the 2024 season. It feels very surreal, me saying that. But tomorrow, I won't be concentrating on the season end. I'll be concentrating on who our champions are going to be for this year. And, well, a good battle. Sverre Ubben versus Freddie Ingram. Ingram holding his line and holding his nerve. And just behind them, there is Lawrence Heribols. So Heribols has an opportunity to try and make it through, and you can see the little adjustment on the line by Sverre Ubben, and that's going to open the door. Heribols is through, and that is a change. That is for 8th place on the road. So Freddie Ingram still able to hold on to the position in front of him. So at least the main thing is now Freddie Ingram doesn't have to worry about Sverre Ubben trying to chase him down. He's got to worry about Lawrence Heribols if he's going to send it up the inside of him. But at the minute, well, it's a Dan Holland Racing 1-2, courtesy of Macaulay Bishop and Jaden Teen. It's going to put them on a very, very good footing. Oh, Freddie Ingram went a little bit wide coming out of the final corner. Lawrence Heribols got through. And that's a change for 7th. So we still have this plus, I would say, we might be on the cusp of this plus 2 additional laps. So we're on our 2nd from last lap of the heats here. And there are 2 race leaders, Macaulay Bishop and Jaden Teen, making their way through into turn 7 off of the Europalan, using the curbing to aid the rotation through turn number 8 as we come down to the final 60 seconds plus a minute of the heats here at the home of champions, Karting Genk. So Bishop and Teen line astern through turn number 10. And we will get another 2 laps, so we are currently on lap 8, so 10 laps looks to be the total distance that our drivers will occupy. At the moment, 4 retirements. Danny Shields before we even gotten started. And lap 3, Sebastian Koch, Martin Gaiskens and Matej Dankovic. Benjamin Van Hees has continued, nevertheless, to keep on going. The leaders make their way through turn 4, now turn 5. And as they approach the Europalan, the timer now has hit 0. That's it, time is up. About 1 3/4 kilometres or so remain of this Senior Road Tax 3rd heat. And at the minute, as things stand, Macaulay Bishop on course to take a maximum score for the 2nd time this year. Macaulay has had 4 3rd place finishes. He had a win in the final at Marienborg. Jaden Teen, over the course of the season, has not placed outside of the top 3 so far. 3 wins, 4 second places and 2 thirds. So 1.36 kilometres remain, and Macaulay Bishop has been cruising at the front end of the field. So last lap is underway. The gap between him and Jaden Teen, 0.339 seconds. Teen having the fastest lap of the race so far, 1 minute, 11.535. And Teen was fastest in Sector 1. Sector 2, it was Jot van Wijk and our race leader. Oh, it's going to go side by side, is it? Careful through 7. Bishop decides to go a little bit later on the brakes and retakes the race lead. It was nip and tuck between the front bumpers just to see who was going to edge ahead, and decided to go a little bit later on the brakes into the deceleration zone for turn 7. So 1 more corner remains here at the home of champions. And through go our top two. Is it going to be a drag race to the finish? Well, it's going to be Macaulay Bishop. 2 wins out of 3 and provisionally puts him on pole for the Superheat. Tomorrow morning, Jaden Teen rounds out the top 2. Third, it's Bo Lowett from 15th on the grid to finish P3 ahead of Armand Hamilton. Vic Stevens, 14 places gained to finish in 5th ahead of Robbie Stordeur. Lawrence Herboz, and the man with the biggest amount of moves, I think, today, or probably equaling Tom Streller. Take a bow GKS's Sverre Ubben. Started 33rd, finished 8th, with Rashid Ghanem 9th, having started down into 31st, and Freddie Ingram rounding out the top 10. Archie Buttle, Ladoko Anidze, Ollie Yonkers, Lloyd Hare, Scott Westhoven's Jort van Wyk, Ralph and Mika van der Pavet with Luca Prima and Oakley Pryor rounding out the top 20. Sam Bergstein, Bram Plomp, Tom Lenoir, Zach Heslop, Paul Hamburg, Rein van der Meer, Lex Quintons, Marta Spike, Benjamin Van Hees, Dante Sima round out the finishers in that particular race, with Radenkovic, Gaiskens, Koch out on lap 3 and Shields out on the opening tour before he even got him started. Well, that is Heat Day out of the way, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Thank you so much for everyone watching on the official BNL Karting Series YouTube channel, which does include people here at the track. I know that for a fact. Yes, and like you say, Kitty, not bad for a first year and a senior. I still remember the BKC Winter Cup at Wilton Mill when he was still running as a privateer, way back when. We had the likes of Lewis Werrell going off at Ashby. However, tomorrow, it's a big day. Championship Sunday. Tomorrow, we will crown all 6 of our 2024 BNL Karting Series champions. We will also be giving away 5 tickets for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, which take place 3 weeks from this weekend, 19th to the 26th of October at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli in Sarno, southern Italy. We're going to have a respite, get refreshed, and get ourselves ready for Championship Sunday tomorrow. Join us from 10:20 on the live stream. So, Dodzines, see you tomorrow.